One day later than intended. No! 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 Pretend you didn't hear that. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. Hey! Ultrazini, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, I know. It was the screenshot of Vampire Survivors co-op, which, despite my worries, isn't going to contain a whole bunch of new achievements because I am 2 away. I am 2 achievements away from being done with Vampire Survivors. And, like, y'all don't even... It's nothing like a downward spiral to really get you focused on a video game, you know what I mean? Okay. Well, Ultrazini, I'm more than happy to be your... I assume you've built yourself some kind of vehicle, like, in bike/car/tank/Metal Gear radio. Hi, I'm DJ... Didn't get into the cool Amazon Lady City, bringing you smooth jams across all of Hyrule. A strange twink with a glowing arm built me this radio transmitter just for him. Every single one of these songs goes out to you, Link. Could not remember. I could not remember. It's the Gerudo, isn't it? Heck, I need more coffee. And Rilu, Watto, and welcome! What's a jam? I'm confident I don't have to worry about jinxing this one. And that's because it's the final of the new challenge levels. And it's just a bit maze-like. But my ridiculously overpowered character, for some reason, doesn't have their overpowered abilities in there. So I have to be a nerd and use different characters. I know. Sorry, where are my manners? So... Legend, Jam, Rilu, Watto, and welcome! I hope you're ready for what might be the grand finale of our bungee-tongued nonsense. And Legend, I think Dinobot's just been feeling a bit sad for me, you know? A hook shot, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Hey, Rilu, you know it's appreciated. It's every little bit. Flipping the bird to Mr. the Twitch. Because he doesn't think we're cool enough. Oh, yeah. Keldra, like, blessed be the good coffee. And how are you doing? And Wolfgrad, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends, come on in. But yeah, I played a lot of Vampire Survivors yesterday. I actually found out that there is a maximum amount of gold that the UI can show. And to spend it all, I had to put some Memnel props and a challenge... Well, it's not really a challenge coin, and a business coin I got from somebody. And do the old Ultima Online macro trick, which is basically you put these on certain keys and then use a weight to lay it down. And I sat there just scrolling TikTok for about 15 minutes to spend the inordinate amount of cash I got. Oh, did I...
How do the undead measure distances? By graveyards.
Oh shit! Eraman, fucking thank you! Fucking yo! Oh, well, Stepagen, hopefully Slugcat Adventures can be the soothing tunes to send you to sleep. Manderbeast, thank you for the pint glass. Squarepeg, well, and Eraman and all of you, Watto and welcome. Eraman, fucking hell. An opening Gambit blue bit. Like, no big deal. Seriously, thank you. Back at y'all. Back at y'all. Keldra, big mood, big mood. Although I will say I'm very pro the good rain, and that is one of the few things we've had over the last couple of days has been very nice, is the good rain. But yeah, sorry, as you were all coming on in, yesterday was a bad day. I'll try and talk about it. I'm usually better about talking about this stuff with you all face to face. But the only thing that I really did yesterday was Vampire Survivors. And I only have 2 achievements left. I got to get the map, and I got to get the weird little twisty-turny scramble mode thing. And then I'm done. Don't have to play Vampire Survivors anymore. It's gotten to the point where my main character is so overpowered, I can't see the map after about 4 minutes. Like, it's back to being a bullet hell game again, because there's only bullets and I'm in hell. I tried to show it to Fiona yesterday, and they looked at... because I was trying to do the kill 6,000 Sammys achievement, and they looked at it, and none of it made even a lick of sense. It was just whirling lights and numbers. It's the Dice Goddess, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh no. Well, Keldra, then I'm sorry you've been having a hard time with it, friend. Sorry I haven't, been about to be more help, but I'm here today. Today we are playing Rain World. Yay, more rain, right? Just what you wanted. Yeah. I saw. Sorry, Squarepeg was saying that Vampire Survivors getting a co-op mode. I saw. That is going to be a great party game for a group of people who haven't played it. Because the way it works is that everyone's on the same screen, so you'll have to move as a group, and you share level ups. So you basically you're kind of drafting, almost. So it's more complicated, it's more silly, with a potential for more ridiculousness. Like, I tell you what, I'm just gonna keep it to just chatting, alright? I'm just gonna show you where I'm at with Vampire Survivors, just to give you like a little a framing of where my where my coping mechanisms have been taking me. Also, thank you again to everybody that came in for the Cybermania 94 viewing party. We may have to do that again, and I might do it as a stream just to, I don't know, one of those like there will be no VOD type streams. But now I'm not going to spoil anything massively for Vampire Survivors, so do not worry here. But I just want to give you kind of an example of where I'm at with this game. So, this is the character select screen. This is Antonio, the very first character you get access to. Just to take a quick skim of his stats. Just have a quick look. Oh, Jackie, Watto, and welcome. Dustin, hello, hello. No, I'm doing fucking terrible, but I'm doing much better than I was yesterday. But thank you for checking in on me. Oh, and Hookshot. I have seen a bunch of cool Next Fest stuff, but we'll get to that in just a second. But yeah, so here's Antonio. There are the numbers. Not too shabby. Arca and the early one. That one seems pretty sensible. You know, I played Antonio a couple times. He's got 13 golden eggs. That's 13 like 0.0 bonuses. But again, I just want you to just take the numbers into consideration there. And this is my main character. They have 3,564 golden eggs, and they wreck face. However, they've become so powerful that I can't see the stages anymore, because should they begin to play, it's nothing but bullets. So yeah, if you want to know what yesterday produced, that monster. Now, I don't want to scroll down any further, because the thing about Vampire Survivors is while it starts off very bland, The actual, like, secrets and unlocks later on are really fun. Like, the first time you find things that, like, break and shake up the game, it's a really good reveal. And while I know it wasn't necessarily intended from the get-go, Vampire Survivors is a great example of a simple concept that once it hits success, the team then kind of used your expectation to then
Reactor
subvert.
online, sensors online, weapons online,
Yeah.
all systems nominal.
So that was what I did with my life yesterday.
56 months. With who? I raise a toast to you, and should you remember that this is not a cult, remember that you are loved by us and there's no shame in that. We all live together.
Cheers to you. I would say that quite often I forget that. So, thank you. So yeah. Let's talk about Steam Next Fest. Let's talk about video game stuff. I want to get a bit more coffee on my system. We'll talk about stuff and things. But yeah, no, Aldous, that's a very good point. Like, Vampire Survivors continues to impress and surprise. And it's great because it starts with such a simple premise. And then by the time you're getting towards, like, the grand unlocks and boss fights and hidden Shadow Realm dimensions and stuff like that, like, it is good. And yeah, I've got 2 things left to collect, and then I am done. So I guess, so first things first, I didn't get the chance to flex on this yesterday, but El Paso Elsewhere, part of Steam Next Fest with its demo, am I on right now? No, they got the speedrunner up. So yeah, I got asked by Strange Scaffold to record a Let's Play run-through of the Steam Next Fest demo, and I was like, fuck yes! That was one of the things I was working on last week. El Paso Elsewhere is exceptional, it's brilliant. If you enjoyed the good Max Payne games, you're going to love it. But the overall vibe is very late seasons Buffy, obviously sans the Whedonisms. Like, I've been calling it like Sand Lake Vampire Slayer, because I genuinely think this game is going to... It's going to be a ton of fun, but I think it's going to have some serious emotional weight. Hang on, why am I not just showing you? Sadly, the speedrunner here is me, so I'll hide that. But yeah, El Paso Elsewhere is going to be something special. So who got first? Did I miss first? No, I didn't. No, Legend got first. All right. I'm slacking today. My apologies. Also, Jamami. Nice. And Fearless, back at you, friend. Back at you. Now, I'm not just saying this because I was involved. El Paso Elsewhere is feckin' brilliant. Like, if you just play it as a surface level action game, you're gonna have a great time. It's very Max Payne. It's very much encouraging you to work and play with all the tools and toys that you have, which I really like. Hey, Ben, how are you doing? Watto and welcome, friend. Hello. How goes it? But yeah, I think that El Paso Elsewhere is going to be one of the realest conversations about, like, love relationships and how they can disintegrate over time. Yay! Ben says they're doing alright, and they might be coming to PAX in September. Heck yeah! Habbo Hotel goes to a different kind of darkness. I did consider doing a Steam Next Fest stream of a myriad of nonsense, but there's too much good stuff that I want to get in with you, and I don't want to ruin... Not all demos are created equal, and sometimes they can give that that early access burnout feeling. Oh yeah. Well, Hookshot, if you want to come to one, like, come to like PAX Prime, or sorry, PAX West, because that's in our backyard. Plus, it'd be lovely to see you. Hang on, do we have slash jump leads? No, why do we not have jump leads? Hang on, I'll set that up in just a second. Oh no, it'll be exclamation jump leads. Boof! I knew I did the thing! Or more likely, Lizzie did the thing. A hookshot, that's a good point. But you know, when you're selling gangbusters of video games. What can I tell you except for Jackie? Pool's closed. This Steam Next Fest does seem interesting because it seems like a few bigger titles have really taken advantage of it this time, which is good. Like, right now is the time to go hard because August is going to be a mosh pit of big releases. I still don't know if Liza P is batting out of its weight category or if it's going to be a banger. Everyone is so desperate for Bloodborne on PC that anything that gets close to that aesthetic is going to garner a whole bunch of attention. And while Liza P did not steal the animations from Bloodborne, their team was so heavily influenced that you could see it. And that's a good thing, but like... Warhaven, this is the what if Chivalry 2 but not fun that we saw in Summer Games Fest.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Quick drive-by subbing before I head to bed. Hope all goes well today, Viking64 friendo, Viking64 hug.
Thank you, Martin. Well, get the good sleeps. Most likely today is going to be the grand finale for the Saint. But who knows? I've been wrong before. I may be wrong again. And thank you for... Martin, thank you for the full 47 months. And I didn't even say a proper thank you to Captain Steph for the complete set of 56 months. I guess I'm still getting up to speed. Alna says, Warhaven gives them a For Honor vibes, but it's been a while since I thought about For Honor. Hey, at least For Honor was interesting. Just a shame they had that, allegedly had a white supremacy problem. This is conversation over drinks and rumours, so please don't take this as fact. But apparently, the episode of Mythic Quest about their game becoming the #1 hit among white supremacists, apparently that is based on For Honor. The dev team had no idea that this was going to happen, and when it happened, there was a lot of panic. But yeah, Warhaven just looks boring. It looks very, very pretty. And, you know, I'm not scoffing at a multiplayer brawler. That's a very hard thing to make. But, like, Chivalry is so fun. And that seems to be its guiding principle. Whereas this is a free-to-play team v team hack and slash. And I'm just like, where's the fun? Like, you look at one match of Chivalry 2, you see a man get killed with a chicken, and you're like, bam, I'm in there. Patrick Gill compared it to a dog park, in the sense of it's just fun forever. And it's less about being on the winning side, it's more about having a good time, and I really like that. Oh yeah, Fearless, that's probably one of the factors. And you know, Jan, must have sucked for the community managers. I haven't had a chance to speak to them, so I don't know if there are stories or what have you, but bless them. Yeah, even Woodhouse frying pans, right? Well, I feel that's where we get to flex a little, Hookshot. Our little corner has a good time. You know, we may not be many, but it's always a good time. So, okay, as a small aside, so Monday night I was really struggling with basically all aspects of my work stuff. Turns out I was on the cusp of a big old breakdown, so it makes sense. So I decided to host a little thing in Discord where we rewatched Cybermania 94. Cybermania 94 was a thing we only found out about last week when Nathan told us. It was Jeff Keighley's first attempt at an award show. It was endorsed and sponsored by the Academy, as in the people who run the Oscars, and it was a fucking mess. Lance, I'll pop the video back up in Videodrome if you want to watch it. Honestly, like, watch it with a friend or two. I feel like I should have done it as a stream first rather than a group watch, because we were simultaneously dealing with heavy 90s nostalgia and also just batshit wild things happening faster than we could react to. You can see that it was a disaster. Yeah, Dustin and I have been talking about getting Cybermania 94 t-shirts made. Apparently, and again, this is rumour, but apparently one of the reasons why Jeff Keighley went into games journalism was that Cybermania 94 was such a bomb that he essentially became like radioactive in the film and television industry. Because again, this was sponsored by the Academy. Leslie Nielsen hosted, and the kid from Home Improvement. Like, I could tell you how weird it is, but I would not be preparing you. So, yeah. There are swaths of the internet that suck. I'm very, very, very proud to be the figurehead of a part of it that absolutely doesn't. So yeah. Anyway, back to Steam Next Fest. The Invincible is going to be incredible. I don't want to touch head nor hair of it until it is out. The Invincible. Kind of same with Wizard with a Gun. Same with Viewfinder. Now, I wasn't aware of On Guard until I saw Chorby having a go at it. Say Salem. You know, you play a lass swashbuckling and dueling your way through varying ridiculous fights. It just looks brilliant. Definitely a wishlistable. Eternites, I want Eternites to be good. I think it's going to be trash. I think the fresh Animu concept and ridiculousness of it carries it pretty well. But the rest of like the big bangers from Steam Next Fest are things you know, like Station to Station. It's a cute, like voxel art style train game that actually looks fun. The thing which a lot of train games forget to be. House Flipper 2. Jump Light Odyssey. I always forget the team that made... Oh, God. It's made by a very, very, very famous team, and they've gone in a completely different direction here, and I keep forgetting who it is. But Jump Light Odyssey is going to be brilliant. Hammerwatch 2. Did you like Hammerwatch? Great. It's a sequel. It's going to be better. Now, Shadow Gambit and the Cursed Crew. This one stood out to me. I'm trying to remember who the team was. Maybe Games. Who were they? Oh, Desperado and Shadow Tactics. That was it. So this one, you literally lead a crew of cursed, like, ghost pirates with a myriad of abilities as you try and put back together your crew and potentially free your captain from the cursed door hidden within your zombie pirate ship. Now, I don't know if this is going to be necessarily a good game to watch. I think this might be more experiential, but I'm picking up what it's putting down, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of felt that the previous titles, while very good, were kind of almost constrained by their thematics. Shadow Tactics was good, but there's only so many ninja things you can do as a ninja. And Desperados was fun, but again, the Wild West can be a surprisingly constrained thematical setup if you want to do something as expansive as this. Oh! Jump Light Odyssey was the Armello devs. Thank you, Alnus and Lance. So yeah, a massive departure, but I'm glad they're not just leaping into Armello 2. Or 2 Mellow, if you will. Oh, no, wait, we already know who 2 Mellow is. But yeah, if you can't see why this is worth your time, I don't know what to say. Okay. And where's a Fat Man Scoop? Back it up. So that's Ghost Crew. Sea of Stars is another one of those dice rolls. It could be something special, but you never know with the post-Chrono Trigger titles if they actually have something to say or if they're just trying to like emulate their favorite game as a kid. Do you know what I mean? It's like a lot of the RPG Maker scene isn't bad. It's just not anything more. Oh! Wait. Ben, is it me? Did I accidentally install 2 extra drives on my desktop without noticing? Because I've done that before. Yeah, been doing a lot of that recently. There's no state like Fugue State. Gourd. I don't know if it's going to be any good, but it's called Gourd. Hey, look, Sadlin, Eurogamer gave it a middling review, so maybe I'm not dead. But I'm probably dead. Alright. Oh, Big Kitty Little City. Do I need to tell you? Open world game where you play as a cat, just causing trouble. Like a cat. Sorry, Little Kitty Big City has been on everyone's radar for a while. Current aggregate on open Twitter is 91. Well, hey, I'm not quitting. I've still got one more pick left for the year. So let's see. Oh, Cosmic Wheel of the Sisterhood. I don't know if I need to... I don't know if you all have seen this already. It's by the same team that did the Red Strings Club. You play a floating witch in the Eternal Void, helping people through tarot cards. It seems to be your tarot cards are less of a prediction, more of an effect, and what you use on certain people is going to affect their story. Oh yeah, and Ghost Trick. I do agree with you in that I loved it, but the fiddliness of the DS screen and knowing like what to mess with was definitely a pain point. Yeah, Hookshot, the art style is neat, and they know what they're doing. So this one is Sea of Stars? Sorry, no, the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. But just as an FYI, actually I'll give you the Steam page as an FYI. The Red Strings Club looked like a pretty simple pixel bartending game and was one of the realest fucking games to date. So, the Cosmic Sisterhood will be good, but it may be to a caliber that you are not expecting. What are some of the other bangers I've seen so far? Now, that's not to say that any of the ones I'm not highlighting aren't bad. These are just the I know they're going to slap. Because with things like Venba, it's a person's cultural heritage told through a cooking game. It could be good, it could be trash. And I don't mean that to sound mean, but sometimes with titles that are focusing on a very, very complex emotional piece, they can't always deliver on what they're trying to say. So, yeah, it's a short narrative cooking game. I see the 2D art style, and I know what they're trying to do with it. I'm not 100% sure they're going to be able to deliver. And it is a story that people should tell, you know what I mean? Friendly Outpost. Oh yes, now, this is one we all know about, but I'm going to say anyway. Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. The Wicked and the Divine, Hades edition. Hot gods in your local area are down to sing. A star-studded cast, great tunes, great character design. I don't know what you're going to need from me on this one. This is one that we probably won't stream at launch, because I think you should all experience it. Do you know what I mean? Oh yes, and Fearless. The collection of smaller concepts, the essays on empathy, is very, very good. From the people that did the Red Strings Club. Pizza Possum. That sure is a name. Let's School. Let's not. Sorry. No, I'm sure Let's School is going to be a very, very competent, you know, like, theme hospital, theme university. But I think 2 Point Academy might have already gotten there, if you know what I mean. No. Again, with the post-apocalyptic builders. Sorry, okay, so there's a ton of games on Steam that are all about, like, rebuilding the world after the apocalypse, right? The problem is like, Terra Nil is such a hopeful game. I don't think from a thematical standpoint, I don't know how much hunger there is for, like, city building misery sims, do you know what I mean? So, there's been a few, there's like After the Fall, there's, well, Homeseeker will be moving into the space. I feel that if you're going to do a title on, you know, building a city after the apocalypse, you've got to have more to say than just, oh, better be surviving. Tiny Sticker Tail just looks cute as shit. Right, I don't think I need to sell this one to you, right? Like, cute little donkey going around, making things better with the power of a sticker book. Like, what's not to love? Yeah, Alnus, that's a better way of putting it. Terra Nil has that strong kind of endpoint, like, where the goal is to make things better, rather than it's shit and it's always going to be shit. And Jam, I will agree, like, the post-apocalyptic medias, I won't tolerate the naff stuff anymore. I used to have a much better tolerance for it because it was a genre I was kind of obsessed with. So, like, I still enjoy things like the Six String Samurai and, like, the Fallout series. But because the Fallout series isn't... It's a post-apocalyptic setting, but it's not a post-apocalyptic story. Do you know what I mean? From the humor, the weirdness, the pastiche of it, Fallout's still a world I kind of like spending time in. You know, the jaunty tunes, like walking through the wasteland with your dog and either kicking ass or making things better. Hell, I've had a real want to go back and play Fallout 4 because of the whole, like, building up settlements and making them better. Take me to the dungeon. No. No! No! No. Synced as a futuristic free-to-play cooperative shooter set in an onboard. Wow, I've got a lot of the bitch about me today. I'm sorry. Post-crash snarks are quite heavy. RTS base building tower defense. Sounds good. I love They Are Billions. Bad at it, but I love it. Myth Force had an incredible trailer. It's going to be interesting to see if they can carry through on that one. squad hack and slash based on like Saturday morning cartoons. Space Gears could be good. Giant robots on Mars as an RTS. And now we get into the ones that you know. You know, Sludge Life 2. Alright. Rather than snarking, let's see if anything else pops out. Oh, Salt Sea Chronicles. I should have actually added that one. God. See, the problem is you start getting down here and you really start seeing the quality control start to flitter. So there's one here, We the People, and it's very much a... I mean, maybe it's well made, but it looks like a bunch of like Unity shooty gun bang assets thrown together for an excuse to fight the living dead. Like, you gotta give me more than that. Maybe not an asset flip, but their Steam banner tells me that they are not a professional team. Yeah, well, Lance, and yeah, it's a loaded term being used for a... Well, so, and again, like, their tags. Fight to survive in a hardcore shooter based on post-apocalyptic America. But it's tagged as PvP and immersive sim, but you're fighting the undead? No, fuck off. Oh, yeah, well, and it's using the immersive sim tag. Which, remember, the most popular immersive sim currently on Steam is FIFA. So alleged, I couldn't tell you from that, and I honestly don't want to click onto the page because I'd much rather talk about things like Flutter Away, which is a spiritual sequel to a mobile game about cute butterflies, where you explore the serenity of a rainforest in a cozy nature exploration game, where you document and take photos of butterflies and make friends with a capybara. Fuck yeah. Now, if you can give me an extraction shooter where I can make friends with a capybara, then we're talking perfect video game. God, that would be fucking great. Like the idea of going into a beautiful but threatening rainforest, and you have to not kill but document certain things whilst either fighting or surviving poachers. Yeah, see, there we go. That's a much more interesting concept than, it is America, there are zombies, you have a gun. We've been there, come on. It's video games, you can do anything. Little friends on Puppy Island. They're just little friends on an island of puppies. It's hard not to love that one. Space Trash Scavenger seems interesting. It's very kind of Stationeer's Light. Oh no, actually, so Space Trash Simulator is different. Life's Not Supported was the Stationeer's Light. Toxic Crusader, a PG-13 scrolling beat 'em up based on the Troma movies? Well, based on the cartoon, based on the Troma movies. You know what? There's nothing I can say about the Toxic Crusader that either you don't know or you couldn't pick up from a really good YouTube documentary, but definitely go down that rabbit hole. Standouts. I've not heard a lot about alien hominid invasion. I mean, the Behemoth is a pretty self-sustained entity, so they don't really need to operate like a lot of other studios. But I don't know. I thought we'd be swimming in info about that, and it's been very calm. Yeah. Well, okay, so I'm just snarking at that game about like fighting zombies. So Toxic Commando is one of the games we saw at Summer Games Fest, almost at Summer Next Fest, and it's got John Carpenter attached somehow, but it basically looks like, you know, Back for Blood, but everyone's having fun and you get a car. And you know what? I unapologetically enjoy the fact that rather than being like, ugh, everything's so dark and grim and bad, you know, why can't we have a squad shooter that's just fun? You know, I think that's we talked a lot about Back for Blood because it was one of the kind of Longshipian games, but like I go back to it and I'm like, that team really needed to find their voice, because for a game that was so fun and so over the top, the actual like characters and story of it was so muted and kind of miserable. Fearless, I do remember running over zombies in Carmageddon because I was based in the UK and we were... Wait, no, did we have the blood and you all had the zombies? I'm trying to remember now. I'd have to go back and look it up. For those of you who don't know, Carmageddon was censored. So depending on where you played it, you either ran over people or zombies. And all they did for the zombies was they changed the blood colour from red to green, which was actually a very common way to get around censorship in arcade games. Hell, games like House of the Dead in the arcade would have a little debug switch that would allow you to choose the blood colour. Okay, Lance is saying the UK Carmageddon was real. That was the real blood one. Okay. Alright, hang on. Bear with me just a second, friends. Alright, we're good. Okay, so Arcseed, turn-based giant robots fighting kaijus, sign me up. Escape from Mistwood Mansion, another kind of escape room game. Now, Bulwark the Falconeer Chronicles is one that's definitely worth putting on your radar. It is an RTS game about building up, based on a kind of Giant Eagles jet fighter game. And I think it's absolutely going to be worth your time. Sorry, I'm seeing a handful of titles that... So, like, Stray Souls here, maybe it'll do something interesting, but I would not advise you putting cash into this. This looks like a very low-budget command Alan Wakeian horror title. Choo Choo Survivor, you should absolutely avoid. I mean, maybe it turns out to be a banger, but the numbers are against them. And the reason being is because the game itself has a very specific aesthetic, and the key art absolutely does not reflect even a hint of that. Death Must Die. Oh, if I thought that was ironic, I would absolutely be all over it. But no, it's just a Vampire Survivors clone. This Bed We Made. That's a pretty good name. We all know death must die. No, seriously, if that was like the title or the tagline for an ironic like action shooter, you could really start with something. But nah, it's word salad for a Vampire Survivors clone. Oh yeah, alleged. See, Let It Die is fascinating because, one, it seems like a nonsense term until you really get into the game. You know, hell, it's one of the earliest things that you have to learn for progression is your character has to die. I'm just seeing if there are any other like standout bangers. Goodbye Volcano High, you all know. Yeah, so I saw Nowhere Mysterious Artifacts, and then just saw that it's a Craft and Survive. That one will have to earn its place. Yeah, Dice Goddess, that's why I keep going. I know Spirit Swap's in here, but like we've only just hit El Paso elsewhere. It's like there are 1,015 games in this Steam Next Fest. So it'll be interesting to see if this Next Fest has the same level of success as others. Yeah, because this list is redonkulous. There we go. And this is the title that Dice Goddess is working on, which got a cool write-up in Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Spirit Swap lo-fi beats to match 3-2. If you can't see why this game is worth your time, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't think I need to explain this game to any of you. So Hook's saying a friend of theirs is doing Master Pupil and has seen a happy success already. Yes! Hey, if Steam Next Fest does good for everybody, then everybody wins, right? Kevin Butler would be proud. I'm not going to go through the full 1,000 video games, but I'm happy to see it doing well. I just have to be very careful over what I thumb over because some of the preview videos are not safe for work. Okie dokie. So anyway, as a bunch of us have trundled on over, how are you all doing, friends? So, I'm not going to go into the paint of it. I am sorry about yesterday. I'm sorry about this week. For lack of a better term, I basically just burnt out. And before you worry, it's not here that I have burnt out. The fact that I wasn't here yesterday was a symptom of everything else that's kind of been getting on top of me. Most of it is the stuff that you know, like we're fighting and struggling at the moment. We've got an end in sight, you know what I mean? But like this is a very, very quiet time of the year for people in the streaming profession. And I do have the side work as well. That's just happening. And the animals have been very, very challenging. We're not entirely sure why, but Amos has taken to peeing in the house again with no warning. Like, it's like he's gone back to before he was housebroken, which has created a lot of work. And with Fiona working during the day, I'm running all of the animals. So we've got River, who may be poorly. We've got Amos, who's allergic to everything. Both of them are peeing everywhere. That plus 5 guinea pigs. And just me has been too much during the days. Plus the stress of the everythings. And it got on top of me, and I didn't manage to kind of recover from last week, this week. So this is going to be a lighter week. Like, I'm doing Rain Will Be Wall today. Tomorrow I'm just going to focus on getting everything back to everything back to ship shape and proper as best it can. So for this week you've got me today, and you've got me for Sea of Thieves on Friday, and that's likely to be it. I'm hoping that for next week we'll be back to regular timings. Well, so Bacon, the 90s Award show was a lovely little respite and a good reminder that I'm not on my own. But then also people were asking me like what I'm up to and what I'm doing, and I kind of had a bit of a meltdown because it's like I don't do anything else. Like, this is it. You know? If you want to spend time with me right now, come hang out here on stream. This is the place where I am free to talk and chat and converse. Any other time, it's dusk till dawn, like, just trying trying to keep everything going. And yeah, that became very apparent during the 90s revival night. So yeah, like I'm sorry. I understand that in this whole thing, you know, I understand the deal, right? You lot keep me alive, and I am there for you, and that's the deal, right? And I haven't been living up to my side of it very well lately. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna try and get my arse in gear, and all I can do, especially to the peeps who are on European time, is just apologise. It's going to be a little while. Yeah, we don't know why Amos has kind of just gone full regression mode.
I can chat for free? Why doesn't anyone tell me these things?
Wait, no one told you? Fuck. Araman, thank you. Like, you and so many people put in a fuckload of cash. And we're still going. Like, it's been 5 years, the Longship is still a full-on thing. And yes, I have taken some side work to help ease the pressure off of you lot, but this is still where I want to be. This is still what I want to be spending the majority of my time doing. I fucking love doing this. It's the best. And yeah. But I go into a spiral real bad when I burn out.
Just got done playing the weirdest version of Name the Tune. Jari's playing Super Mario RPG behind me. I never turned around, but just from the last hour of background music and sound effects, what part of the game he...
Oh, nice! I did see that Super Mario RPG was getting a remake. That was one of the things announced today. So, fucking y'all. Also, sorry, where are my manners? Eraman, thank you for a buttload of bits. And Shackle, thank you as well. Like, I don't want to turn this into a pity party. I don't want you all to have to feel like you need to do more. I'm the one that let you lot down, and I let shit get on top of me, and I'm sorry about that. I just... Oh, fucking yo!
Humble store purchase made for $40.76.
Fucking yo! What was that? What was that? I'm guessing Hookshot. Oh, and Hookshot, I saw the announcements that the Australian government has promised to put even more cash into video games and the arts. So I'm hoping you get a big bucket of that money. You pity me, Humble. I am proud. If it keeps this all going, then fuck yeah, thank you. Oh, and a legend, love to you and everybody. Well, and Lance, the thing is like, it's rare for burnout to be so bad that I can't hang out with you though. That was what was so kind of like debilitating about yesterday. But I'm here. I am making it a calm week. And annoyingly, that means getting more stuff, like more boring life stuff out the way, but I'm reminded of the old DDR maneuver that if you start missing beats, it's better to stop and re-find your rhythm rather than desperately try and catch up and always be like a half a second off. Well, so honest, what I mean by calm week is like, I'm going to be here today. On Friday, we have Sea of Thieves, and we've got John from the dev team joining us for the new adventure. We'll even be starting a little bit earlier that day, so that should be a grand old time. But there won't be a stream tomorrow, and it is unlikely there will be a stream on Saturday. Because the other thing is, a friend is getting married on Saturday. They are going to great lengths to try and get me there, and I am trying to think about how to make that work between like animal care and logistics and everything, and it is stressful. I don't want to lean on friends because I have not been there for anybody. I've been a complete shut-in for months now, and the idea of coming out of like radio silence and be like, hey, can you do me a favor? It's not how I roll, you know? Sorry, Wolfcrat just screamed, crowd control wedding! Wait, no, let's not do that. What do you mean? Just bees! Bees! So Legend says, does YouTube allow you to claim copyright... claim or copy the chronological Rain World playlist I've been generating? I think I can potentially add them? I think you can add playlists made by other people to a channel, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. It's not something I've ever looked into doing because, like, there are very few people I would trust with a playlist, you know what I mean? Big no! Yeah, Alanus, that's just me in the background. Running around like Zate the Mighty, just going, ha! Despawn efficient 30 seconds. Lights out inverse controllers. Salem says, seriously, you never know what some joker will do with a playlist. The fact that YouTube doesn't have gamification is still the dumbest.
Also, look over at me, bro. I'm an elephant now. I am disturbed how enterprising this is.
Fucking yo. Sorry, where are my manners? So Wolfgrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. Shackle, like, thank you for chucking in. But yeah, today we're going to be continuing with the Saint and Rain world. We're having a bloody good time of it. Wait, so I never even stopped to think of the logistics of it. Sorry, Ben was saying that Mario's been a dinosaur, everything else is a step down. Was Mario in the sentient hat, or was the sentient hat just a tool? Because, like, when he throws it, he gets whisked up into it, right? He doesn't just leave his lifeless body on the street, right? I didn't spend a lot of time in New Donk City, so I'm not entirely sure of the logistics, but I feel I should know. Okay, so Lance is saying we've established that Mario is a mind-controlling parasite. We don't have that now as the original body. J-Po says Mario is in the hat. The plumber is just the current host. Yo, Ben, you can't just fucking roll that in the middle of like a science conversation.
If Mario threw Hattie onto a pregnant woman, would he become the woman or the fetus?
I hate that my brain immediately went to Baby Mech from Captain Commando. Either way, Mario's controlling that whole operation. No, sorry. Port Center is Ben. Ben was saying that the booze store, the bottle shop around the corner from them, has British candy, or sweets as we call them. Ben can have all the Maltesers they want? God, that's the way to go. Death by infinite Maltesers. But yeah, Shackle, to answer your question, it's a mech. Alleged. Okay, so the Final Fantasy VI story is that the people working at Square Enix have been internally requesting a remake of Final Fantasy VI more than any other project. It's not been confirmed, but it was let slip that the one thing that Square Enix as a company wants to remake more than anything is Final Fantasy VI. Legends, Malteser ball pit when? Well, it would turn to dust in about 30 seconds, but sure. It also needs to be really cold, lest it become really sticky. Okay. Actually, you know what? Sorry, Ben was saying that they'd like a Final Fantasy VI remake, but in the visual style of Final Fantasy VII on the PS1.
Pixel Pride was just purchased for $12.
Whoever grabbed that, you now have a bunch of banging video games. Actually, which bundles are still up at the moment? Oh, okay, so the Pixel Pride that some lovely mother hubba just picked up, that's up for another 7 days. So that's Celeste, Boyfriend Dungeon, later Alligator. But the absolute golden bundle is only up for another 2 hours. And whether you pick this up via my link or not, so this is the Metroidvania bundle. Now, they're being fast and loose with the term Metroidvania, but this contains Hollow Knight, Rain World, for $15. That is a fucking steal. It also has Bloodstained Ritual of Night and Blasphemous. Now, Dins was saying that Haiku the Robot and Lone Fungus were good. Don't know anything about Lost Ruins, but what the heck? And it's got a 20% off code for Downpour. So you could get a buttload of incredible games. If you haven't played Hollow Knight and Rain World, you can pick it up for $15 to get them. Everything else is just like delicious garnish on this super duper Sony. Alna says, oh, back on the Final Fantasy VI, give me a 2.5D remake like Octopath Traveler. Sorry, 2.5D is one of those, like, as a proponent of video games genres, I have to accept that 2.5D is a term that we use. But I hate it with every fibre of my being, because it's not 2.5D. It's 2D in a 3D world. It's billboarding. But that's just the term that everyone has come to use to affect it. Honestly, I'm just going to say, if we're talking money, no question, I would love to do a big, ostentatious, like, Final Fantasy VII remake budget of Final Fantasy VI. I think you could do so much. Like, you could let those characters really breathe. But that's a money, no question, you know, time, not a worry kind of project, you know? Jackie says, you're billboarding. Maybe I have been. Yeah, you ever thought about that, Jackie? Maybe I have a different anim set when I turn and, like, shift around. Just haven't noticed. Vanderbeast, yes, the Humble Bundle does come with these. Both Rain World bees and Hollow Knight bees. Oh yeah, no, Alnus, absolutely. Bumblebee story. Oh. No, sorry, I didn't have a lot of brain power.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Happy solstice. Enjoy the bees.
And a happy solstice to you, Naruhidi. A happy solstice to you. Also enjoy the bees! You gotta say it with gusto. No, sorry. Naruhidi, thank you for 8 months. I don't know why, but Sadlin also same. But yeah, what got me thinking about Final Fantasy VI as a big ostentatious...
Bees.
Bees! Sorry, Wolfcred and Naru, thank you both. But no, what got me thinking about a really fancy Final Fantasy VI remake is, in my weird little downward spiral yesterday, I watched a 2-hour deconstruction of Metal Gear Rising. It didn't say anything that I didn't know, but it was nice to kind of like hear a lot of my thoughts and feels confirmed. And because like for all the memes, Metal Gear Rising is a really good game, and I guess I hadn't sat and thought about how, one, great its pacing is, and it actually works with its tonal whiplash, but they do a couple of things that no one else has ever done well, right? And those are having the main character go through a moral arc about whether it's good or right to be a bloodthirsty murderer, and then go, yeah, fuck it. I'm here to kill people now. I'm here to have fun. And not only have that be part of the main thread, but also not be the bad ending. The other thing being Senator Armstrong, who I completely forgot, but he is only introduced in the final boss fight properly. Like, you see him in one scene, in one little, like, bit talking to what you think is the big bad, and he suddenly comes out of a giant robot at the very end of the game. He literally does that man. But the fight and the ridiculous, like, chewing the scenery delivery of his character, and by the 9, it ends up being brilliant. It actually works. They introduce the big bad in the final boss, and not only is it not a complete disaster, it ends up really holding up. So yeah, that's the level that I want. Like, I want truly ridiculous villains. I want Senator Armstrong caliber performances of Final Fantasy VI characters, you know what I'm saying? Because I think it's the perfect environment for it. Oh yeah. And like tonally, weirdly it works. One thing that I hadn't even stopped to consider, but it's very obvious when you say it out loud. The whole thing of like Jetstream Sam versus Senator Armstrong. Jetstream Sam was all person on the inside, but with a robot shell. Armstrong was all person, but with a cold robotic heart. You know, almost like pretending to be a person. I was actually worried when Final Fantasy VII got announced and we saw the art style, because I thought they were going to play down a lot of the cheese. God, is it the Golden Bee? Oh, the Honey Bee. Is it the Honey Bee? The Strip Joint. I honestly was worried they were going to cut that whole section, and they went, nah. Make it gayer. It is the Honeybee Inn, thank you. Oh yeah, no, and Alnus, that's a very good point, that Senator Armstrong is incredibly inconsistent, but not because it's bad writing, but because he's just that unhinged, and it's so hard to do. We talked a lot about this ages back when it was like unlikable characters. Like, disliking a character because of who they are in the space, rather than because of how they're presented. You know, it's fascinating. I was surprised that the Billy Piper DLC crossover was only in the UK. I thought it was going to be international. And it's a joke that only 3 of us will get, unless Rilu kind of like stirs from their slumber. As someone mentioned Billy Piper. But yeah, I'd love to do that kind of caliber. The other game I'd love to do a super duper whooper big scenery chewing ridiculous remake of would be Guardian Heroes. But I know not all of us played that. Guardian Heroes was an RPG brawler with a kind of a Street Fighter combat system that was just ridiculous. You know, you start off in an adventurous tavern, and then a knight comes in and goes, I've come to arrest you! And depending on what you do, depends on how that story unfurls. It's really fucking cool. It was a Saturn-only title, and while it was one of the must-play games on the Saturn, sadly it was on the Saturn, so it didn't sell well. There was a Game Boy Advanced sequel, which is fucking terrible, which just straight up reused sprites from Gunstar Heroes, if that means anything to you. But no, I always loved its ridiculousness. Had the most... Actually, you know what? This is my fucking show. I was about to say, we can't really... No, we can. We fucking can. Hang on a second. See if there's a really good... Yeah, I think 780p is the best I'm going to get. Alright, so let me just show you this opening. Because from a wonderful time in video games. And Orion, Watto and welcome. Yeah, well, Scotty, back when I actually had cash, after a long ship day, the likes of which we have never seen, I treated myself to a Saturn from a game store down the road. It's actually sitting behind Lord Calcium Bonio, and it's going to be plugged into the retro telly. I've got all the converters and stuff set up. I haven't had the time. But this was Guardian Heroes. This was the kind of glorious nonsense that Sega was putting out for a bit. Sorry, Treasure was putting out. The same team that did us Dynamite Heady and Gunstar Heroes, which is probably why they reused the assets, but still. Because a lot of teams realized they couldn't compete with Final Fantasy VII's CGI cutscenes, so they went for like traditional animated intros. Also, the skeleton's a good guy in this one. Well, at least he's your friend. And so, lineup, we've got the Barbarian. He's cheeky and he punches hard. We've got the Healer, who also does cool kung fu stuff and has a bunny who... That rabbit actually wrecks face. We have a second Healer who does happy smiley magic and explodes faces. Generic Ninja! I think he's even called like Ginja or something like that. Not the skeleton, but looks like. Evil Wizard. Potential friend. Potential friend. Not a friend. Oh no, that's potential friend. Uncomfortably sexy villains. Oh, is it NG? I forget. Did that undead mech have machine guns? You fucking believe it did. Caffeine, I'm abusing my power and showing everybody the Guardian Heroes intro. Yeah, Lance. This is anime. The princess love interest. Hannibal was saying, wait, what about comfortably sexy villains? What would be a comfortably sexy villain?
Oh, an announcement. I've been formally offered a new contract starting on the 1st. It will be a continuation of my existing work under a different agency.
I know, Fearless. I think, I don't know if I saw that post, but massive congratulations, friend. I know that was a big old worry, and I'm so glad it's all got sorted. Oh yeah, no, Jan, the title music absolutely slaps. Thing is, Guardian Heroes isn't fun to watch. It's great fun to play, but sadly... Okay, I shouldn't say sadly. It's got an incredible combat system. It's not as unhinged as Alien vs. Predator, but it's Street Fighter controls. Each of the characters genuinely feels different, you know. And one of the cute fun things about it is that anyone you defeat, you can play as in multiplayer. So when you consider the power scaling of this goes from... I mean, alleged, if you want to see a bit of gameplay, I don't mind showing you. See. Now, obviously, I would never, ever, ever, ever... let's see if this is... Okay, this works. I would never, ever, 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 ever condone piracy in any way, shape, or form. Oh, they did do an Xbox 360 re-release, didn't they? That was cool. But if you get the opportunity to play this, and if you perhaps seek out a reproduction copy, I would very, very much recommend it. Alright. So here we go. So, like, literally, the game starts here. You and your group of heroes found a magic sword. You were hired to find a magic sword. And then whilst you're faffing around at a tavern, you get attacked. Like, this is traditional D&D type nonsense. The writing isn't great, but that's not what it's about. Hang on. I feel like we've had this conversation before. And this is the... Oh, you coward! If you can hold out in the opening area and sets on fire, it unlocks a completely different story path. See, this is the thing. There's like 16 different endings, and they are drastically different. Like, you can defeat the king, you can fight one of 7 different gods, you can unmake reality and then put it back together again by punching hard. It's great. But yeah, so the idea is you're on 3 planes. You have shortcuts for spells and casting if you don't play Street Fighter. The juggles get ridiculous. And it is possible to trip... Well, it's possible to set your teammates on fire. So you have to be a little bit careful with lightning and ice and fire and stuff, because it can spread. But it means you can just wreck a whole crowd of, like, enemies. So yeah, this is the long and short of it. And when it pops off, it pops off. Oh yeah, so this is one of, like, the Great Knight Dreadnoughts, which is kind of like armor-powered undead, but it has a buttload of machine guns and lasers in it. Like, tonal consistency? Nah. But it's also a great case study for, like, unabashed fun. Like, if you're going to put Magitech in your game, enjoy yourself, right? Handled by Orion, you absolutely can say that, because you are well within your rights to flash a ROM cartridge plus data that you yourself have unlocked. I think there's a way that you can keep the sword, but you don't get the Undead Warrior. Oh, the other hook is the Undead Warrior follows you around for the rest of the game, except for a couple of sections where he doesn't, or you lose him, or he dies, depending on your storyline. But you can then command him to, like, fight and battle. Oh yeah, full-on EXP-based leveling system and everything. It's feckin' great. Anyway, sorry, I could sit here and, like, show you this. A full playthrough can take hours and hours. But again, I only bring this up because, like, when we talk a lot about, like, the PlayStation era, what everyone else was trying to do to catch up is fascinating. Because it cannot be understated how much Final Fantasy VII changed the game. I know you all know this, but I'm like it set everything else on fire. Oh yeah, no, Fearless. It was absolutely designed for co-op. You can have up to 4 players in the campaign and up to 16 in multiplayer arena. Lance, I wish. Maybe I'll do like a self-indulgent day of like Sega Saturn gameage, but I haven't had success. How do I phrase this? I haven't had success getting it stream ready. And even so, like, a lot of Guardian Heroes is these long seas of enemies that you brawl through. Evil Geek, that was Guardian Heroes on the Sega Saturn. Oh shit! Ben was mentioning that last year they decided to look for JRPGs on the Amiga. Turns out there weren't any. Bring back Sega Saturn Shiro. He never left our hearts. He died so the Dreamcast could live. And Fred Durst died so that Fred Durst Fridays would be it. No, I got nothing. I wanted to make a reference to the fact that Fred Durst signed Sega Dreamcasts on the American launch event. God, those adverts were weird. Because he was having just one of those days. Whoa. The board meeting were the people that saw him, Lance, but that missile was headed straight for Sega Towers. Without him, there would have been no Dreamcast. Don't you diminish the actions of Sega Saturn Shiro. In this house, he is a judo-throwing hero. Sega Saturn Shiro. Look, I didn't have a PlayStation until way after my friendos. You know, we kind of had like our group of friends, aside from the GameCube, we kind of had like a spread philosophy on what we got. And I was working like a weekend job at a coffee shop inside a tourist trap. So that's how I managed to get it. I got the Saturn. I loved it, but... Sorry, I got the Saturn and I loved it. It was very, very personal. I wouldn't get my own PlayStation until much later. But friends had one, and so like Nate had the PS2, which is... Nate was real good to me. He had more of a... He played sports for fun. Like, he had, I wouldn't say more of a mainstream life, but what I would say is that when Metal Gear Solid 2 dropped, he just invited me over and was like, look, I know you want to play this. I'm going to go do cricket for the whole day. You can just... It's yours. And so, yeah, I sat up in his room. His parents didn't mind. I just played through all of Metal Gear Solid 2. I did it in one sitting, so I got all the weird glitches. Well, they're not glitches, but the weird dialogue where the colonel starts being like, you need to turn off the PlayStation. You need to turn it off. You're going for too long. Like, shut up, Metal Gear! Sorry, now I'm just telling stories. But just, I had more of an emotional tie to Saturn out of all of them, just at the time, you know what I mean? Oh, God. I guess my brain's still a little... Oh! Okay, so Handlebar, thank you kindly for the bits. That was just Nightbot doing... YouTube videos should be okay. Oh, yeah. There was the re-releases... Well, sorry. The relaunches of the Sega Saturn Shiro sequel. I forget the game it was advertising, though. It ended up being a little bit sad. Yeah. And J-Post, I did see that. The Diamond Dog Metal Gear Solid plush looks really feckin' cute. And it's got like a little magnetic knife that it attaches in its mouth. However, I know what plushies I will be getting this year, if any, and it is the entirety of the Slugcat set. Because I'm not made of stone. I'm not made of stone. I'm just a guy. I think they drop in August, so I'm hoping we can get our fiscal situation. Wait, how have they sold out? They're on pre-order. No! Fuck! The Survivor Slug Pup has already sold out. Look at this nonsense. Maybe it is a limited run. It's alright. The Hunter and the Monk are still there. It's alright, guinea pigs. We're okay. We're okay. Like, I don't need all of them. I need one of them. Because, look at this little chubby fighty. Look at this little fighty. Hang on, let me just clean up this link. Look at this little fighty. Look at his little face. Hang on, let me just do this. Look at his little face! Oh, he's so fighty. He's so chubby, and he's so fighty. Just dig into my pile of Slugcats over here. This is his dad. His dad's like, oh yes, that is my son. He is fighty and chubby. Yes. I guess so. Like, you're right. There's probably a limited run of them. Still.
How do you get a Spearmaster plush to have real spear growing action?
I hope we don't! Either that or we just get one of the night ones and we just cram it full of toothpicks. And Hannibal, I did see we're going to be getting a new Detective Pikachu game. I know a lot of people are going to be very happy about that. Actually, Sadon, that's a good point. They may have some reserved for PAX, so I'll just rush over to Fangamer PAX West, just be like, Slugcat! And then once the people have recovered from my screaming, I'll be like, please, I require slug pups. Or I'll get escorted out by enforcers. It's one or t'other, really. There's not going to be a midway point. Slug me up. And yeah, I did see the Mario fandom's having a good day. It's one of those things of like, when something becomes a specific known quantity in games, it's hard, at least for me, to get excited. I'm sure new Mario, feckin' brilliant. I think there was something about Princess Peach getting a new title and like a classy remake of Mario RPG. Great, brilliant. We know those are all going to be bangers, and I'm genuinely happy for them, you know? I can't say I'm excited, but because it's such a known quantity, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, and the new 2D Mario does look wonderfully weird. So, yeah, bangers all round on that one. Now, the one that was interesting, Wraith popped in Discord earlier today. Sega are going to be doing their own, like, what are they calling it? Sonic Central presentation. I found out the new Sonic game, the 4-player co-op one that's coming along. They got What's-His-Face, whose last project was Balant Wonderland, to head this one up. So, it's gonna be bad.
The new 2D Mario looks like the gang really need to stage an intervention to get Mario off the psychedelics.
At this point, Shackle, like, I think they've tried. And the last time they tried to get him to ease up on the mushrooms, he bit Luigi and they had to have, like, 3 stitches. Handlebar, I want to share your enthusiasm, I really do. I look at the movement, and I look at the concept and design, and all I can see is Sonic Episode 4 again. Dragonix, Watto and welcome. It's going. I guess we've been nattering for a lot longer than I intended, but... yeah, I'm gonna get back into Rain World and playing the Saint in just a second. We've just been talking about... we were talking about the Nintendo announcements today, which have been great across the team. Well, Sega have this real problem of over-meddling whenever they start seeing success with their Sonic franchise, and I think it's to do with the fact that Sonic makes money on licensing more than it makes money on game sales now. So for example, Sonic Boom, the game, was a disaster. Sonic Boom, the franchise, was wildly successful. And if you haven't seen the Sonic Boom cartoon, treat yourself. Like, it's really good. Sonic Mania was very, very good. Sonic Origins, sadly, very lacking. And it shouldn't have been. And the Sonic Mania team were very, very vocal about how little time and resources they were given to make Sonic Origins. And I cannot see the Sonic team or Sonic Stars getting like the time and quality it needs. And I say this as someone who previously worked under the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. I think one of the reasons why their third-party studios see such success is because they can't meddle, at least not to the same degree. Now, I've never worked on a Sonic project, so I can't comment, but having seen how many Sonic titles were attempted to be banged out during the 360 era, and how few of them hit the mark, you can feel it. And then every time there's a Sonic title that does something that makes people go, oh, the meddling increases, not decreases. You know, everyone came away from Sonic Generations being like, hey, those 2D sections were really good. The 3D was okay. That did not help. God. I have to be very careful with what I say here. What I can say, Scotty, is that Sega's involvement with both of the Sonic films definitely increased to the betterment of the project in that regard. See, here's the thing. Sega know how to handle brands. They just don't know how to make a good Sonic game right now. And they keep just... Oh, heckin' yo! Yeah, so Fearless, I see you finished your cabinet build. That's fucking cool. Because, like, here's the thing. They licensed Ugly Sonic for the Chip and Dale movie. Like, the Sega licensing team know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Like, Sonic was in Wreck-It Ralph well ahead of, like, a lot of mainstream characters from other franchises. Oh, see, I'm a Sonic fan. So, Sonic 1 was competent. It has some good little sections, but it didn't know what it wanted to be. Sonic 2 loses its way about the last third of the game. There's whole swaths of that game that you've forgotten. And when you go back, you're like, wow, this is a lot of padding. Sonic 3 is exceptional. Although its implementation in places left something to be desired. Oh, Sonic Spinball, fucking yo. Sonic Mania is the best Sonic game because it is simultaneously a celebration of everything about the franchise that's great, and allows it to, and then remixes it in interesting and fascinating ways. Oh, Red Burning Dragon, you're not wrong, but that is a drastic oversimplification. Yes, Sonic Mania was made by ROM hack creators, but it was specifically a team that was trying to build a Sonic game from the ground up that were basically just recruited by Sega to become their in-house studio. Like, what are they called? Headcanon. Literally exists to make good stuff. But yeah. Anyway, Red Burning Dragon, Watto and welcome. So I tell you what, friends, we'll jump into Rain World in about 10 minutes. Oh, so you were a Zool kid. Ah, Ben, see, it makes sense. I'm so sorry. Zool is definitely... Okay, I shouldn't speak with terms like definitely, but Zool would not exist without piles of cocaine. I have never seen, except for Cool Spot, I have never seen a more cocaine-driven idea. Now, obviously, I've never taken illegal substances, nor would I ever condone illegal substance use on Twitch.television. However, in theory, everything seems like a good idea when you've done a few fat lines, and smashing together Ninja in Candyland to sell games. Yeah, sure, why not? Why can't the Dot from 7-Up be a character itself, and wear cool sunglasses because it's cool, because it's a cool spot? Also, here's an unmarked brown envelope full of money. Ben says Zool is to Sonic as the great Gina sisters are to Mario. God. I mean, I was going to say Zool is to Sonic what Bubsy is to Dynamite Heady, but that might be a bit too highbrow. Well, so the reason why I bring up Zool and all this nonsense is, what about Super Frog? A design so forgettable that Gex bodied it out of existence. Sorry, apparently I just have bitch disease today. No, so the reason we're talking.
There is no Sonic, only Zool.
Only Zool. No. Why are you all like this? Okay, we're going to talk about Robocod. Robocod was the sequel!
There is no Sonic, only Zool.
Only Zool! Talk about James Pond, an entire franchise based on a single wordplay. Robocod was a much better pun. It was not a better game, but it was a better pun. Oh, alright. Although, Ben, we could do one better if we're playing together, which is the James Pond Olympics. Which I only remember because somebody cheated on Games Master and got taken down into the dungeon. And that was the time when they had like Games Master on a fucking oil rig. Caveman Games when? Ah! Like, once things get a little bit better here in the flat, we should consider some kind of, like, shite Omegathon. So, like, James Pond Olympics, Caveman Games, Nintendo Summer Games, like, a handful of the world's worst, like, group party games. Yeah, that'll have to be a day. Indeed, Alnus, they were reduced to a nutrient-rich slurry to feed the giant cybernetic head of Sir Patrick Moore. Sir Patrick Moore! He was a fucking knight, and he was on a video game show. No offense, G4. You didn't have any knights on there. No. No. Look, I'll play fucking California games on the Amiga with you, but I draw the line at sensible soccer. I do not want to have to explain who Gary Lineker is to an American audience. I don't have to explain his whole deal with crisps. Like, no. I got out. I got out. Don't you drag me back. Lizzie's like, Captain, I got out. There's an unofficial 2002. No, if we were going to do it, we're playing the fucking 1992, 1994. Sorry, Salem just added, how often does what you want and what actually happens line up, though? Oh. I did not see that Luton Town FC made it to the Premier League. I went out for a pint the other night, and one of my favourite bartenders was on the other side of the bar. So we're just chatting, and they had that kind of, I've just worked 8 hours, crazy eyes. And they kept telling me about, like, development in the Premier League, and kept asking me questions. And I'm like, you literally know more than this than I do. I'd be asking you, do I know that Newcastle just had a match against so-and-so? No. No, I don't. I have no idea. I think the only time I'm even reminded that football exists as a sport is when, cab drivers hear my accent and they go, oh, what team do you support? And I'm like, oh, I wish I could crawl out the window at high speed. Fucking terrors. A lot of you. Now, I did want to jump back and say that, like, the interesting thing that you all were saying about, like, Sonic as a franchise is that Sonic had success beyond itself multiple times, and the team's, like, level design philosophy, they didn't really learn that, like, how to make the not go fast bits be good. Fucking terrors. Because Sonic 3 and Sonic Mania definitely got the variety of go fast, have fun bits, like, down pat. I'm not afraid of lose. I don't care if I'll lose. It's the process of getting to losing that I'm afraid of. The loss. Then, if you're awful and I'm awful, it's a race to the bottom. The only thing I can say was that with Sensible Soccer, if you got a rapid-fire controller, you could just hold down the header button and just hold up the match forever. Oh, actually, Fearless, I had seen some mention of that, but I'd missed it. I didn't realise that was the pitch. The last sports game that I played and enjoyed was Enter the Kickmen. Sorry, Behold the Kickmen? Which if you haven't heard... Behold the Kickmen. Which if you haven't seen it, is a football game for people that do not like football. The pitch is round. The gold keepers sit at either end, protecting piles of gold from the varying players. And the rules are completely ridiculous. It basically started as a shitpost online of someone making a sports game. Sorry, of someone saying they were going to make a sports game despite knowing nothing about it. And all the football fans kept correcting them. And so they just got more and more stubborn until they made an actually good footy game. Like, I don't know if this is...
All this talk of football has me thinking about sports games idea. Here's the pitch.
I've got a great lengths to live a sportless lifestyle. And yet here the fuck we are. Oh, actually, and Sadlin, that's a good point. I really enjoyed Rocket League. And I don't remember playing football back in the day, but that makes sense. Whoa, Lizzie, I said sports, not splorts. I'm a splort enthusiast. Rest in pepperoni, Blazeball. Rest in pepperoni, Blazeball. And so, Ben, I'll do you a counterpoint. So it's a sequel to the Weird Al Yankovic biopic. And it's Weird Al versus Mecha Al, where Weird Al must out-food parody an attempted robot AI that has been created to basically be Robo Weird Al Yankovic. Boosh. Boosh. The writes itself. Writes itself. Okay, let's get some Rain World started. Obviously, we can keep talking about nonsense. The less we talk about sports, the happier I will be as a person. But, I mean, fuck it. I'm not in charge here. That's been well documented. Aperture? Okay. Thank you, River, for that wonderful rendition of I'm going to let everybody know that the buzzer has sounded. Yes, we have adopted a squeaky hinge. Okay. It does this thing sometimes where it just janks the visual style. Like, ever so slightly. I don't know why. There we go. And breathe. Yeah, for those of you that didn't see, sadly, Blazeball was unable to continue, and they announced that they were shutting down, which is real sad. But it's definitely an interesting example in... It's more easier said than done to commercialize a community experience. I'm so glad we had Blazeball as it came around, but I honestly do not know how I would have like turned it into a commercial game, you know what I mean? Ooh. But yeah. Look, before we get in game, I just want to say one more time, just like thank you to you all. You know, I do understand, as I said, like the arrangement of the long ship is quite simple. You know, it is my job to be here for you lot, like in this chair, piloting the big robot, and you lot keep it all going. So anytime I kind of fall off the wagon like that, I do feel very bad. So thank you for bearing with me, and I'm very, very grateful. Okay.
River, leave. No. Venus, settle.
Okay. So. Hey Dragons is sitting a few feet behind me is a 640 by 480 monitor. Oh, we got them big monitors going. Okay. Oh, alright, so I know where we are. And, like, Legend, like, Fearless, like, I do understand what you're saying. It's just, you know, this is still the main reason, this is still the main means by which we are able to eat and exist, so, you know, you'll know when you work for yourself, you don't get sick days. And the thing is, unlike a lot of professions I've done, like, this bit right here, like the talking with you lot, the chatting, the sharing of games, that's the bit that is the least stressful of all the aspects of my life. Like, a lot of people suffer burnout in video games because, you know, the things they're working on are so taxing and so hard, like utterly brutal. But with this, like, this is the easy part. It's the reason I apologize so much is because it's the other things that end up becoming so overwhelming that it bleeds through onto this. Does that make sense? You know, it's very different than, you know, doing like a video game marketing campaign and stuff like that. You know, I've been burnt out from my profession in the past before, but I've never been burnt out from real life. And the fact that my main job is this, you know, I feel like a bit of a shit when I complain about it, you know? Because it's fucking great. I love spending time with all of you lot, even when you keep going on about fucking sensible soccer and shit like that. You know? I love the conversations, I love hearing your stories. I love the fact that you lot will let me take half an hour out of my day to talk about Guardian bloody Heroes. God. I will say, one of these days, we're doing Dynamite Heady, because that is a game that is absolutely unhinged, and you'll deserve to see. Treasure, I don't know what they're up to these days. Hang on. Okay, so Treasure Video Game Company. Alright, let's see what they're up to. 28 era, 2000s. Currently, there are only 10 people working at Treasure. Treasure has not released any new games since 2014, and apart from re-releases of games like Ikaruga. June 19th, 2022, and 30th anniversary, they announced they were working on a highly requested game. But yeah. Like, this is a team that has simultaneously been massive and work for hire. So, like, their opening gambit was Gunstar Heroes, a phenomenal Contra-like shooter. But they also did, like, McDonald's Treasureland. They did, as we know, Guardian Heroes, Alien Soldier, Radiant Silvergun, Bangai O, Ikaruga, the incredible Tiny Toon Adventures Buster's Bad Dream, which, if you haven't played it, has no right to be as good as it is. They did Wario World on the GameCube. The sadly awful Advanced Guardian Heroes, Gunstar Superheroes. And then they did work for hire stuff for, like, Bleach. I don't know what Sin and Punishment Star Soccer is, but there we go. And Geist Crusher Gold on the 3DS was the last title that they released. God, what a fucking lineup. Naru Hoodie, it's, in terms of the stream, I genuinely enjoy talking about video games. Like, even when I'm at my lowest, it's something that I can do and I really enjoy doing. Like, I'll talk your ruddy ear off about all of them video games. Turns out I really like those. Alright, sorry, I gotta find where I am on the map. Kirby Ball at your local Target store. Okay. Because we are in a very strange place. No, sorry, my thoughts already trailing off. But no, it's just this is an environment that I don't have to. I don't stress. I don't have to worry. I talk really freely with all of you lot. Okay, I don't scream bees as much during my day-to-day, but this is just me, just Solver. You know? That's the kind of shit I love chatting about. It's often weird when I hang out with IRL friends because I have to be like, yeah, that's pretty much all I got. What's going on right now? Okay.
Bees.
Bees! Fuck. So J-Post, thank you for 1,000 bits. And apparently sending one of those feckin' corgis up into lower atmosphere. Okay, so from here, we need to head down and right and not die. So it's... And then... Yeah, I'm just trying to remember how to do the high-speed swimming. Oh no! So Jam, if you'd like to know, I'd be happy to explain it. It's just, do you want to avoid spoilers? Because we've unlocked all of the Saints mechanics now, and it's impressive. Oh yeah, and we've got... Okay, so Jam, we've managed to get the Saint to maximum karma, and that has given them like this enlightenment power. So initially, all the Saint could do was grapple with their tongue and do battle with the cold. Now we've gained the ability to fucking levitate, and we can ascend any creature, meaning that we don't kill them. We do the same thing as the Void Fluid. We enforce upon them leaving the cycle. Scotty says this looks completely different. Is RTX on? Oh yeah, no, we're doing the 4K Rainworld RTX experience. Yeah. So the Saint's got powers. Now the powers is that little green sphere that's charging. This thing allows us to not only breathe underwater, but move incredibly quickly. So, like, we can zip through these underwater sections. We're currently in the subterraneous structure beneath Moon. So the Saint is currently the last in the timeline. We've seen Pebs. They're not doing good, but... Oi! Terrors! Sorry, they're just excitable because... And apparently we have a jet squid as a friend. So again, Jam, if you want me to tell you, I don't mind. But there's been a lot going on. Because I can do the story so far. Okay. So yes, the story so far. We don't know what sent us to Rain World, but we have a theory. I think the squid ate the fruit. Okay. We don't know necessarily what sent us to Rainworld, but we believe it might have been one of the iterators who was actually ascended. That's our current working theory. By the time we get here, Pebs' structure has completely collapsed. It fell from its sky position, wiped out the memory crypts, and poor little Pebs hasn't got two neurons to rub together. They're broken and forgetful. They can't remember more than a couple words, and even their little hymn pearl is broken and scratched. So we've gone round the world. Yeah, Scotty, we all know that two neurons feeling, right? One of them's not working proper. So we've gone round the Rain World, we've seen the echoes, and once we gained full karmic max, we gained this kind of like this oneness with the universe. It's our job to help them ascend. So we've helped both Pebs and Big Sister Moon ascend. We go over there, we use our power, and then they're just gone. Like, it's sudden and immediate. Like, Pebs has finally been able to ascend. What that's going to look like at the end, I don't know. But that was what we had to do yesterday. Last week. And it was a lot. We're now currently in the substructure beneath Moon, which is where the rivulet went through. And Scotty, who was saying? Oh yeah, Jam was saying, was the rivulet a tutorial for moving with the slug? No. The rivulet is incredibly fast underwater, but the Saint, when they're doing their levitation thing, is even faster, but in limited bursts. And once it runs out, they start drowning, so they have a bad time. That's why we've got to move through these current areas very, very, very quickly. There is a central pipeline in this area, but it's too flooded. The area we're in at the moment probably gives us the best chance of making it up towards the new Echo. Which might involve going through some fascinating areas. This whole thing is an absolute, like, what's the term? Maze of an area. As with a lot of the areas with the Saint, they don't immediately make sense. So. Back it away! But yeah, so we can now levitate. Any creatures that try and come after us, we can also just fucking destroy them. We're very powerful. We're extremely powerful. So Jam, I don't know if today's gonna be heavy, but it might be. And it's definitely going to be interesting. I think Pebs was probably the heaviest thing because, like, in the Rivulets in the Spearmaster campaign, one of the early ones, we see Pebs at his most unhinged. In the Rivulets campaign, we see Pebs accepting the fact that the rot has gotten too far. He can't solve the problem of Ascension, and he's not going to make it. So he gives up his last power core to Moon to restore them back to, to restore them back to at least a sliver of their former power. Now, as we're coming through here, Moon's still suffering from, like, splotches and power outages and things like that, but it's mostly... They're doing much better. So... sorry, what I mean is, like, the hardest part with the last section was the fact that, you know, for all intents and purposes, like, Pebs had, you know, cognitive degradation. They, like, for all essentially a feckin' form of, you know, robo-dementia, which is hard. You know, I think it's hard to see anybody go through that. Even a character who, for most of this game, had essentially been the closest to a villain. Now, what's happened, I don't know. But if we have done our job right, then, yeah. He's ascended. I'm just going to go down and grab some of these fruit. Oh, there's none here. I don't want to risk us dying from drowning, but no fruit means no sleepy times. Oh, here we go. A little bit of water fruit. So yeah, that was probably the heaviest thing to deal with. Like, for all intents and purposes, I guess the Saint is about, you know, closing the loop, closing the cycle. God, this whole place is fucking massive. Okay, so we want to go back and then up. Yeah. We'll wait for this to recharge here. But yeah, so right now we've helped to send both of the iterators of this area. We're seeing the last of the echoes, and then I don't know what is next for us. Like, I'll probably end up asking some of the more Rainworld savvy, but like, I think we're going to be heading down towards Subterranea after this. But Exo, how are you doing? To quote the rest of the long ship from earlier, Mario's already been a dinosaur, like. Like, dude already peaked. This whole area is very complicated, which is why I have to keep checking where we are in the world. In theory, we're not too far from a place to rest, but it's going to be a challenge. Ooh. So one of the other things we talked about on Monday night, alongside Cybermania 94, and again, like, for Ben and peeps that weren't there, I'm more than happy to get you the video of Cybermania, because it was a feckin' trip. But, like, it was the most 90s thing. Yeah, there we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom! Ah, job's a good one. Yeah, it was the most 90s thing. Caffeine needed 2 G&T to get through it. Yeah, I was beasting the box wine on that one as a survival mechanism. Alrighty, place to sleep. But yeah, I highly recommend like sitting down, putting it on with a beverage and a friend. It was something special. So caffeine, I'm in two minds about these Spike TV ones because the Spike TV ones were designed for Spike TV and they have some weird moments in, but first and foremost, they're trying to fit the Spike aesthetic, which is whatever the American equivalent of the 2000s Lad Mag was. Like, it's not good. It's over, sexualization, dumb humor. It's not good. And it feels like another attempt to put video games in a box they don't fit into. Okay, so I am here. Where do we want to be? Okay, yeah. Alright. Down, right, up. Okay. Sorry, the reason I bring this up is because while we were watching this, we were trying to decide what we were going to be doing for... Wait, which way am I going here? I got lost already. My own little... Okay, no, we want to go right, not down. Down takes us on a very strange path. Okay. Sorry, no, the reason why we were talking about that before was... Yo, is that a scav? How? I mean, good on you, but... Just float past a gravity engine, as you do. As you do. God, I'm glad we did not try and do this while we were unascended. Alright, if you guys could just pick a lane, that would be great. We were trying to decide on what the schedule was going to be this week, because I didn't realise I'd been burnt out yet. And one game I really wanted to share with you all is a game called Iron Lung, because Markiplier is going to be making a movie about it, and it's probably going to be very good. And then everything happened so much, and I thought it might be a little bit in poor taste. What's up, scabs? We're friends now. We're having soft tacos later. But the reason I bring this up was for all the current news of people making very poor life choices. Logitech have put their budget controllers on sale on Amazon because apparently they're selling like hotcakes right now. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I can fly. Albeit for limited periods of time, but I can fly. I'm doing this. Alright. Okay. Up and to the right. Ben's was just saying that they saw somebody on Twitter posting about themselves playing Subnautica, but with using a Logitech controller. Or...
Stop that incessant
No!
clicking.
Whichever of you lovely Mother Hubbards did that, seriously, thank you. That's really fucking cool of you. No, seriously, that means that Ben doesn't have to deal with adverts while hanging out here. Like, House Carl have become more, I don't know, magnanimous. Is it magnanimous? That's the wrong word. Oh, wait, there's a shelter here? Cool. Let's see if we can find some food. Be a way better place to hide. Going around in a big circle. Oh, yeah. Also, Air Dragon, it's been pretty well documented, but there are quite a few pieces of military tech that use 360 pads because they're ubiquitous, they're surprisingly sturdy and responsive, and they get a lot done, which I think is quite cool. Well, okay. I mean, I just need to check where we are on the map anyway. So, where did I put us? I think I got us in the right place, or I just royally fucked up. No, we're going the right way. Oh yeah, Scotty, I saw Vampire Survivors getting 4-player co-op, and you share levels. So, you can basically draft pick weapons. It seems really interesting. I am not someone who takes joy in the suffering of others. That's just not how I be. Except for maybe Nazis, because they have it coming. But, you know, right now, a lot of us, more of us than not, are really struggling fiscally. You know, this is a tough year. We're gonna do it. You know, we're all gonna get through it, friends. I fucking believe in us. We got this. But when I think about how much money $250,000 is, like that, at least for me, is a life-changing amount of money. Right? That would completely change the trajectory of what I do and how I do things and my whole fucking life. And I was thinking about it, it's like, with me and Fiona, that's 2 tickets, so that's $500,000. Having that kind of money to go into a scratch-built water coffin, to go to the place where a bunch of other rich people made very, very poor decisions. I'm really struggling to have my usual level of empathy. And for some reason yesterday it was really pissed me off. Scotty, when it happens, you know, and you get the multi-millions, and I happily scab off you. But yeah, like, at the moment, when you lot do these big things, you have no idea how big a deal that is for us over here, right? You know? And to think that much money just being wasted. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not usually one that focuses on money and wealth and the ilk. But the ocean is clearly saying, fuck the billionaires right now. And I'm happy to support the ocean far away from the ocean right now. Like, the other thing, orcas fucking up people's days has been giving me life. Life. Like, I don't know how I can...
To misquote a few paragons of society. They had it coming. If you'd have been there.
If you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same. Actually, I'm going to go get a nap because I don't know how violent this upcoming area is going to be. But I don't want us to get fucking murdered. Oh yeah, because we've got a shelter right here. Like, I'm fucking loving TikTok right now. I've learned so many things. Like, there's the possibility that there's so many different researchers and study groups around orcas that there's no definitive answer for why orcas are wrecking yachts. It could be the current prevailing theories are that one particular influential pod leader was struck by a yacht, and they're now out on a fucking vengeance spree, and they've taught others to do the same. The other is there is a theory of orca social trends, and this is the latest trend they're doing just for fucking fun. Like, I love all this. I love all this. Yeah, no, Legend, that absolutely could be the case. Like, breaking the shit out of yachts could be the latest orca meme. Apparently, there was one pod that was recorded for a year or so wearing fish on their heads. Or, sorry, for a season or two. But they would wear fish on their heads. And people aren't sure if it was, because it was, they weren't entirely sure for the reasons, but it was recorded. They were just doing it. Was it for fun? Was it a social statement? Like, these are incredibly intelligent, complex creatures. And Alnus, I know what you mean. One of the things that a lot of people have said is, like, with the submarine, those people are the most dead that anyone has ever been in history. Like, there's no happy ending for that story. Whereas usually I'd have so much more empathy, like, at a time when, $50 is a fucking massive deal. Like, Ehrman threw that in bits alone today. That is a massive amount of cash. And someone went, you know what? I will spend $250,000 to risk my life in a scratch-built murder tub. Like, the combination of just exorbitant wealth and arrogance in one setup, I just killed where I would usually be like an empathy first kind of person.
No gods, no kings, only discount controllers.
Right? Also, it wasn't even a wired pad, it was Bluetooth. The amount of things that can go wrong with a Bluetooth connection. Sorry, I know that's not the point we should be taking of this. Oh. It feels weird that the scabs don't murder me immediately on sight. It's a very strange feeling. Yeah. Friends, we all knew the revolution would come. We just didn't think it would be led by the sea. I've been saying for years, we just need to stay the fuck out of the sea. Like, that's not a place where we're supposed to go. Like, deep sea trenches and Blackpool were places mankind was never supposed to be. And those that have shut that rule have paid dearly.
And now every airline for the next decade are going to point at this and say, see? You see what happens? Put your phones on airplane mode.
God. See, that's the thing. I fucked up a Bluetooth connection by using my phone just ambiently. If people are going down to the depths, they're going to take photos. What do people take photos on now? Phone. What if their phone overrides the Bluetooth connection for the controller and no one can get it to work? God, it's a nightmare. Like, they don't even... Okay, this is Old Faithful, alright? This is a wired 360 pad. This thing is sturdier than steel. It will outlive me. That's the kind of thing that you want running a... Oh, yeah. No, and Shackle, thank you for the bits. Mordecai, yeah. Lacking humility in the face of Mother Nature is a great way to get got. I think there's something about the millionaire, billionaire mindset that starts to believe that they are exempt from the rules. And Mother Nature loves going, how about that?
No, it's fine. Just push the resync button. Where's the resync button? Outside on the underside of the sub. Does anyone have a click to click?
Oh, but you can see it happening. Well, so Red Burning Dragon, that is the thing. And it's like, if these people do get found and saved, I won't go, ah, you know, but the current discussion is to throw more money at the problem. And a few friends have been discussing, like, you know, there have been other nautical disasters that haven't even gotten a snifter of the attention and potential funding. Feckin' Lord British himself, Richard Garriott, and the Explorers League, a league of rich people that have too much money, are apparently trying to work out how they can send a rescue sub. And that's the general vibe of it. I don't know. Yeah, Fearless, that is an exceptional quote.
Getting into Tears of the Kingdom. The puppers at this stable are eating so well as I give them meat after every repeat bomb.
Aww. I'm really looking forward to getting into Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I know I'm going to have a great time with it. Okay. Sorry, I just need to get my orientation, because this area is feckin' cool, but a mite complex. Right, so we came up through there. Are we there? No. You can tell we're getting into feelsy territory because the music's starting up again. Happy Pride Month. God. Nick's just saying it's going to be dark if it turned out the wireless controllers ran out of batteries. Oh, but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to binging Tears of the Kingdom at some point. I've got a couple of work things that I definitely need to get done before I can consider binging it. And obviously, I've got to be able to afford it, but... Alright, so we came up through there. Through there. Through there. Oh, okay. I need to back us up a little bit. Plus, it's really ruddy cold out here. Wait, why am I doing complicated jumping? I can levitate with the power of my mind. Can we? From here, just warm up for a second. Okay, so there's a nearby shelter, so we'll head for that. Wait, where's the nearby shelter? I have tried ascending popcorn, and it doesn't work, annoyingly. Like, I don't mean to be a dick about it, but what's the bloody point, you know, of ascending to a higher plane of existence if you can't use that power to cook popcorn in the microwave? Checkmate, Buddhism. Sorry. Checkmate, spiritual detachment from all earthly tethers. But yeah, is there anyone else who hasn't started playing Tears of the Kingdoms yet? Or is it just me? Because I could completely understand if I'm the last one. Okay, so we go up from here, and then hook around. Cool. And we... Air Dragon hasn't started. Fearless is not. Okay. And Nick played the opening and got distracted. Okay. Ben... so they wanted to finish Breath of the Wild. Yeah. I definitely know it's one of those games that I don't want to rush. You know? I played Breath of the Wild during a very, very stressful time in my life. And so it's definitely a special game, at least for me. There should be a shelter around here. Is it down this way? Oh, I've got myself frozen and lost again. Oh no, I don't know where I am. I'm so sorry, I'm very, very lost. I think I gotta go back up again. Oh, I am super lost. Okay, but if we keep going right here, that should get us pretty close. Okay. Oh god, actually, I haven't chatted to Floydo in ages. I'm gonna catch up with him. I mean, I think I've talked to you all about this. I'm trying to be better about reaching out to friendos just in general, because it's definitely something that I've had a problem with. Because, like, I mean, so, Ben, like, you are a known and notable person in a lot of video gamey and nerdery circles, and you're definitely somebody that I used to worry about reaching out to a lot, because it's like, oh, that fucking Will, oh, he's just trying to leech fame off of others, you know? I always worry about being that guy, and because I get into my own head about it too much, I then don't reach out to friends that have, like, you know, successful projects and YouTube channels and things like that, even though we're already friends and we already talk about it. So I've been real bad about reaching out to, you know, DJ and Floydo and stuff like that. I need to get better about it. I think I drunkenly DM'd DJ the other night, and I was like, yo, do you want to play some really weird co-op stuff? And I mean really weird. We've already got breakfast, haven't we? Yeah. At the moment, like, I've also been thinking about fucking Twitch teams and stuff like that. Like, I don't even know if they have any. I don't even know if they have any major value, but I feel like I would like to be a part of an active one. At the moment, I'm only part of the sober stream team. That was it. And let's get some breakfast. No, that's. I mean, I think that was one of the things that definitely stuck with me. You can't be questioning. Okay, so we just go up from here. You can't be questioning, you know, how somebody thinks of you, like, outside of video gamery, if they're like, please come to my wedding, you know. And very much back at you, friend, you know. They say you don't get to choose your family, but I wholeheartedly disagree. So yeah. But that is something I'd say for a lot of you here and hanging out. Like, I never expected to be at, like, family levels with y'all. And here we are. This game makes me sentimental. Like a big old nerd. Yeah, Fence is right. Okay, so this is the last of the echoes, I guess, in Rainworld. If you don't know, so the echoes were people who attempted to ascend, but something kind of trapped them, or there's a tether they couldn't let go of. And I think it's one of the more interesting elements of Rainworld, in that these aren't people who are being punished, but yeah, they're ancients who failed ascension, usually because there was one earthly tether they couldn't let go of. My favourite one is the person who took such pride in growing these great fields of crops to feed everybody. And his pride in his work to help others was what anchored him. Not a selfish thing, not, like pride or greed. Not like pride, but not in the pseudo-Catholic sense. Pride in that I am very happy that I was able to use my time to do good for others. And they didn't want to let go of those beautiful fields. I can rain melt, maybe I can feel things. And yeah, Alnus, the idea of virtue, well, again, virtue and vice is again like a post-Christianity philosophy, right? Like, because when the goal is to let go of all earthly tethers. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I like how the karma system in this, it isn't everything bad. It's not just what isn't a sin. Sorry, I'm saying stuff you all already understand. Yeah, here they are. Such drive, such tenacity, all to come to such a lonely, forsaken place. Oh, hello to you too. Was it all to find me, young one? Or did the idea of such a journey itself spark a fire within you? Such enthusiasm should be rewarded. What an amazing little beast you are. Aww, they're just happy somebody came out and see you. Fucking yo. Yeah, and Fencer, that's a very direct way of putting it. I love the emotional angle of it, And yeah, the philosophy of do good works, send good vibes, leave the world in a better state than when you came into it. Yeah. And the one my friend would say is like, never underestimate the value of a small kindness. A small kindness is far more powerful than a great deed. I think about that a lot. But I think about a lot of dumb stuff a lot because I do a lot of thinking. It's a curse that I can't escape. Okay, so I think I know our path. We've just got to not freeze to death. Simples. Fucking yo. And Nick, like, sorry, been going through that, friend. I think it's true of a lot of us that kind of survived the post-80s, everyone's a rock star kind of bollocks. That we weren't really taught the value of small kindness, the value of small things. It was always, be the biggest, be the best, world number one, whoa! You know what I mean? And, as we've come to understand, like, no, there's actually way more value in, just sitting and making something that makes you happy is far more valuable than being the world's greatest at, I can't think of a single thing. Guess who's gonna get ascended? Boom! So for those of you who haven't seen my ascension powers, that Mother Hubbard is dead. They are D-E-double-D dead. Yeah, and Scotty, I think that whole, kindness is a thing to be exploited definitely comes from that. Yeah. what do they call it these days? Hustle culture. Fuck it. Now, I say this as someone who suffered from this for a huge part of their life. Like, you know, I want to be the guy. Now I don't want to be the guy. I hang out with you lot, right? I want to share games with fun people and do that. That's a lovely way to be. Sorry, here's me. I've still got a bit of the feels about me today. Get enlightened, nerd. Get in the car, we're getting enlightened. Get ascended, you fuck. I understand why, but the fact that they don't count ascensions as kills, like, on the one hand, it makes sense, right? Because you're not killing things, it's not a murder, it's a kindness. But, oh, this is pretty. But I want my vengeance, especially on the murder birds. Oh, and so we can actually discuss this because in both Oregon and Vancouver, I shouldn't call them magic mushrooms. I forget what the correct term is. It's like, it's not psilocybins. That's just mushrooms and shit. Because that one gets thrown around a lot of this in The Last of Us. But yeah, psychotropics are legal. Under controlled circumstances, like we can't just go and buy a bag of weird ass mushrooms from some guy named Dave. It's like, God damn it, Mushroom Dave. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I know where we're going. Alright, this is good. But it does mean that we can discuss it openly on this twitch.television because we are not condoning illegal substances. Now, obviously, I've never done illegal substances ever in my life. Obviously. But if I had, I would say that mushrooms can be a very warm and very gentle experience. And especially if you've got a good trip sitter and you prepare in advance. Don't just, you know, don't just scoff them on a night out. That would be a bad time. Okay. Oh, okay, no, I missed where we needed to go, so... we're going to go back up, we're going to go down the icy tube. There we go. Here we go. Oh shit, this is a broken karma gate. Fuck. I mean, Phyllis, I haven't had the chance to. I haven't had the chance to do it, and I don't know anybody who's done that specifically. I know people who have done like the ketamine therapy, which is meant to be very, very good. But yeah. I mean, obviously this didn't happen to me, but a friend once told me that for their first mushrooms experience, they had it as a tea, and they sat down and watched. Which one was it? No, one of the softer Ghibli films. Everyone got given like a big old duvet, and so like it all, everybody all kind of bundled up, and ended up like kind of bouncing into each other like softly, like giggling little like personal igloos. It was real soft. It's nice. Oh no! Oh, that sounds like a fresh nightmare. Nick, Occult Game Dev Nick, was just saying that the only shroom story they know is a friend who ate a whole ass chocolate bar when you're only supposed to eat a square. Like that level of ingestion. Oh, that poor bugger. Yo! Microdosing good. Yeah. I mean, Dice Goddess, I might not have told you my more recent edible story, because I don't know when you joined this, but, you know, weed is legal here in Washington State, and I've been really enjoying a bunch of the edibles you can get. My favourite ones are the Pioneer Squares, because they're like super tasty grown-up sweeties. They are, you know, they're these little jelly gummies, and they're so tasty. Like, they're like artisanal sweets for grown-ups. It's really hard only eating one, but I was having a really stressed out day. Oh, Fearless. Honestly, most of the local stores, Have a Heart in Greenwood and a bunch of others. It's a pretty solid brand. Yeah, dispensaries. I was having a very stressful day. You know those days where you feel like you're on the verge of a panic attack for no reason. Like, you can't seem to get work done. Just, like, the stress is hitting. And I went, fuck. This is 2020... I want to say 2 at the time, because it was warm. Like, we're in the future. I can just eat edibles about it. I can just be high for a couple hours, and then once I'm zen as a happy cucumber, like, I can come on back, get my work done, and it'll be great. But the thing was, I hadn't eaten anything that day. And because in my brain, I'm like, oh, well, you don't drink on an empty stomach, but you can smoke on an empty stomach, right? That's fine. So surely edibles are the same. I thought the guinea pigs were talking to me at one point. It turns out it was actually people outside in the road, so I wasn't fully hallucinating, but I thought the guinea pigs were having a conversation. Yeah. Then I tried to watch Osmosis Jones for some fucking reason. Jaime was not making smart choices, alright? That was a fucking nightmare. Yeah. And then I think I ended up settling on a... one of those, like, post-Vikings, like, history shows. The one that's kind of about, like, the post-Viking Britain. It's very cheesy. Lots of people being all beautiful and rugged. And yeah, no, legend, the Nuggies are talkative. It made sense at the time. But yeah, no. Mordecai, I tried to watch Osmosis Jones high by myself. Fiona even tried to talk me out of it. But again, High Will was like, nah, this is a great idea. With no fucking downsides. I will say, though, like, Fiona is a shamanistic master when it comes to the Devil's Lettuce, so... When I came around the corner, I just went, Fiona, I've gotten too high. They were like, okay. They got me a blanket. They made me some chicken nuggies. Put me on the couch. They were just like, you gotta ride this out. Because you can't think your way out of a trip. Despite what anybody says. Now, obviously, I would never try illegal substances. But if it were legal, I don't think I would do acid. I've heard too many... Well, actually, no, I haven't heard too many stories, but the people I've met who get really into acid, like, it's like they're looking at reality in a different manner than the rest of us, which I can respect, you know, psychonauts and all that, but... Oh, this isn't where we're supposed to go, is it? I can eat fruit with my mind. Mind fruit. No! Oh, piss, I lost my gem. But yeah, I've heard some of Steve-O's stories about getting too high on acid. And those make me go, no, you know what? I'm good. I am good. Oh no! JPO says they remember once getting too high for Cheech and Chong. Truly pioneers. Alright, so good news. We've got some extra food. We can have a nap. Bad news. I accidentally vomited up my heat source. So we're going to need to find some scavs to trade with later. I know, Nuggies. I know. You also want ascended fruit. Oh, and see, in that regard, Naru, like, I'm sorry you went through that with really shitty neighbors. But it's one of those things that, like, they'd be shitty even if they were just smoking. Well, they'd be worse if they were chain smoking tobacco stuff. Geographic, Watto, and welcome. Dice says the first time with a proper water pipe they got too high and it was rough. Oh yeah, actually, Dice, this is why I love when new people find our little corner of the internet, because I get to tell old stories again. So I was out drinking a drink and draw with, well actually, Lil, who I worked with at a previous environment, we hung out at a drink and draw. Lil was there drawing and I came and I drank. And then afterwards we were chatting and hanging out, and I was making like real good friends with the bartender and some people, and it was really good. So I decided to stick around, and this old guy was like, "Oh, would you like to have a little smoky smoke?" And at first I was like, "Oh, how naughty!" And then I was like, "Wait a second, I'm in Seattle. That's fine." What I did not take into consideration is the strength of what I would be consuming. So I have a few Toki Tokes, we have another drink, we chat, we giggle, a few more Toki Tokes, and then I just blink and I'm somewhere in Seattle I have never been. My phone is broken and I am lost. It was a bad time. It was a certified hashtag bad time. I had to hitchhike my way back to a part of town I recognized. It was not good. Yeah, Fearless, very same. It was Magic Door, Miyaki Sakura. It didn't have the same severity as the Magic Door, but it definitely had the same outcome. Oh, and if you're not familiar with it, the Magic Door, aka London's fourth transport system, is when you drink, usually at like a pub or a bar where you've got seating, so somewhere nice and warm. This is more likely to happen in the winter because of, blood rush from cold and things like that. So you drink, and then you open the door to go outside. I'm sorry, Moon. Even the jellies and the iterators are gone. Yeah, Carlu, a Weatherspoons is a frequent place for it to happen. Although I will say, Weatherspoons is an awful place run by awful people, and if you can afford to, I won't judge you if you do, but if you can afford to, drink anywhere else. But yeah. The science of it is kind of fascinating. So basically, when you're sitting and drinking, you're not really doing a lot of moving around, so all the alcohol just sits nicely in your stomach, just kind of waiting to do its thing. Once you stand up, everything gets sloshed around, combined with the fact that if you are going like outside, like into the great world, it's more likely than not that you'll be going into a cold environment. So, as your body is known to do, it spools up your blood pressure to keep you all nice and toasty. And so suddenly, sorry, I need to trade this red pearl later on. We already got the translation for it, but we'll get another lantern for it. Alright, I will have a snooze on this side though, because then we have to, head across Frozen Shoreline guess we need to work out where we're heading next. Like, I don't think there's anybody else to see or anything else to do. Oh, Kaolu, absolutely. Ask a new person question. Sorry if I'm half telling stories, friends. I'm trying to work out in my head where we need to go next. Because I guess we go down towards where the Void Sea would be, right? Right? Oh yeah, sorry. The end of the Magic Door story is it's basically like the physical equivalent of a Resident Evil loading screen. You open the door, the cold air hits you, and you suddenly go from 0 to 1,000 in terms of drunk. And then, bam, you just wake up somewhere. It's not good. I do not recommend doing it, but that's what we mean when we say the Magic Door. The science, both factual and shamanistic, of drinking is always fascinating. Because you can't think your way out of a trip, but you can maintain a level of sobriety through focus. Not in terms of reaction speed. You can't think yourself sober. But in terms of like focus, in terms of conversation and concentration, you can actually maintain a better cognitive function with focus. Oh yeah, Scott, you drunk from the legs up, I always think is a fascinating one. So Kaolu, the TLDR. I mean, shit, we're in a storytelling mood today. So I moved out here to work with friends. I've always liked Seattle. I was born in the US as a wee babu, but moved to the UK when I was a year old. So I have US passport. Like, I'm allowed to be here. Some friends in Washington invited me to come work for them, and it was a fucking disaster. Now, it was a disaster because of one person specifically, who shall not be named. Fucking shitload. But yeah, that got me moved out here to Seattle, and then after we got all the tax stuff sorted, and, you know, I kind of unfucked my own life, which was as much my fault as Shitbones. Two very different situations. I kind of realised I'd fallen into streaming full time, so that's my story. Yes, Fearless, I could be. I would sooner slam my genitalia between two copies of Encyclopedica Britannica than be in any political position in the US. I mean, no, I guess you're right. There's been worse. But I would never voluntarily take that position. The fascinating thing is that I was born here in the US. I was nationalised in the UK, so that's a whole other story. But yeah, no, Kaolu, it's entirely fine. I always liked Seattle because it's basically like Super Brighton. You know, Brighton's a seaside town in the bottom of the UK. It's got really good queer culture. It's got really good drinking culture, like a pretty fresh music and art scene, and a really good nerd culture. The only problem with it is it's very small and very expensive, which I think people can relate to here. Seattle has the same, but more so. And it's really good. Like, I'm not going to tell anybody who's lived here for years that, you know, it... Because when a lot of people say, like, oh, well, it's not as good as it used to be, I can completely understand that. But I can say that in the state that it is now, it is still a great place to be in the world, you know? I did! Damn it. I'm just glad I've got, you know, you lot here to remind me when I say things that are actually witty and funny. Yes, basically, Seattle is what happened when Brighton used the coffee stone to evolve. Alright. Yeah. I mean, Kaolu, so the downsides in Seattle, it is expensive to live out here. Not like San Francisco expensive, but it's not. Oh, what's that? BAM! What you gonna do, big red Leviathan? Big red eat my ass and not in a fun way. I am your new god! Whoa! New god accepts this offering of big egg. I am your new god. Shazoom. Oh, I'm sorry, you know, ascended. I ascended that Leviathan. Oh, it's so satisfying. And again, it doesn't count as a kill, so I can't, like, I can't revel in it. Not like with the Spearmaster or the Artificer, but... Okay, so we're at the Frigid Coast. So we need to make it back to the underground. Alright, is there any way we can get there without taking the reindeer? Oh, there is a way we can get here from the Frigid Coast. Oh, there's an underwater gate, which we usually can't get through because of the water. Oh yeah, no, I can fly over the grass now. What am I fucking worried about? Fuck it, let's just keep heading left and see where it takes us. I am your new god! Yeah, we don't need the fucking reindeer. Might ascend a couple of them just for offending me. But even gods need nap time, alright? And until we find some scavs as well, we can't travel as well as we did before. But yeah, so Kalu, like, the downside to Seattle is the cost of living, but it's not as bad as New York or San Francisco. It's not an easy city to own a car in, I've been told. But then again, I don't own a car. So I just, well, pre-play, just public transport everywhere. Now, I'm a bit more choosy, but you've got the light rail that runs from north to south. The rule of the land here is that if you're going anywhere in Seattle, if you're going up and down, you're fine. Left and right, it's a nightmare. Like, you look at Seattle and it doesn't, it's all elongated. You're like, oh, well, I'm only going from here to here, right? That's going to be No, it's bad. It's bad and difficult. Yeah, well, so Scotty, the reason we did the Saint last is that usually you don't get to play as this character until you've cleared all the others. So it goes Survivor Monk, and then Hunter, Gourmand, Artificer, then Rivulet Spearmaster, and then Saint. Like, that's the tree. You can play the blocks of them in any order. So you can play the Monk or the Survivor. And then you have the Hunter, the Artificer, and the Gourmand. You can play them through in any order. But they do unlock stuff for the rest. And, like, so friends, this won't be the end of our Rain World on Wednesdays. Because after this, we're going to be replaying as... Well, I'll let you all choose. But we've basically got special endings for the Monk and the Survivor, and we're going to try and get a void ending for the Hunter, because that ending breaks my heart, and I want them to have a better time. Let me just check to make sure I know where we feckin' are. Alright, so we are... here. No, we are here. Oh yeah, no, we could just keep heading left. And if we want to, we can head down through the water and just go straight into the Primordial Under. Which, I'm okay with that if you are. See, the Nuggies think it's a great idea. Oh, yeah, no, this is the right place. We want to just keep going down. Not to be cheesy, but I do think that it was Card Kingdom was probably one of the points where I was like, no, I don't just want to be... I don't just like Seattle as a region. Like, this is an area I want to be in. And not because I'm particularly that big a Magic the Gathering fan or a board game player, but it was like, Card Kingdom just exists for board game, tabletop minis, and the ilk. And there's a restaurant attached, and you can get booze there. It's one of the few places where I could ask for 3 servings of mead and a pint glass. Amos, you're fine, mate. Like, I could just do that. Alright. Get fucked! Shazoom! Damn, it feels good to be a Slugcat. With psychic powers. Oh, heck, well, so Fearless, also, I've still got, I believe it was either Puns or Quasi sent a bunch of Commander decks. So, like, I have everything I need for us to, like, hang out and hit the tables at some point with, like, Sadlin and Caffeine and everybody. Just, as the old proverbs say, I just need real life to just chill the fuck out for a bit. What does that? Spooks me out. Wait, what in the heck did he hop? Oh, I got lost, didn't I? Oh, it's so easy to get spun round in this. Scotty, that is very strange. But I'll counteract it with another strange thing. The best cyberpunk radio station that I've found is run off the Isle of Wight. I got introduced to that website that allows you to like watch any, listen to any radio station internationally. Damn it, pop snails. What in the absolute higgity fuck just happened? Okay. River, leave it. I need to pee. So, I don't know what happened there. I am going to leave you with this calming water sound. But, yeah, the rushing water of the glacial coast means that I need a wee. So I'll be back with you all in just a second. I think what happened there was the hypothermia kicked in whilst we were underwater. We didn't have a chance to warm up. So, yeah. Right, don't go anywhere. If we continue along this path, we're actually not far from the gate to Subterranea. So we're maybe only like an hour or 2 away from getting towards the Void Sea. So yeah, I'll be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere. Hello, hello. Thank you all for waiting. And J-Post, thank you for the sneaky bits. So when I was just checking varying social medias, I just saw David Zemansky, most known for Dust, who made a game called Iron Lung, which I was considering playing yesterday, but I thought it would be in poor taste, because Iron Lung is about being in a tiny submersible. It's a horror game in a sea of blood. Markiplier is apparently going to be doing a film of it. Anyway. David Zemansky has posted a little graph showing a gigantic spike in sales of Iron Lung in the last, 48 hours. And he just went with, this feels so wrong. Because it's not like he's put it on sale. Like, he's not actively trying to profit off of a terrible situation. But if it's already happening, like what are you gonna do? Oh, heck yes. Okay, so Scotty, as a more important question, what variant of chocolate digestives? Because I think it would be safe to say besotted with the dark chocolate variant. I mean, Jam, yeah, those millionaires have definitely helped at least one person out. And Fiona pointed out something that I may have to do later. Has anyone checked the Amazon reviews of the Logitech controller? Boop! Get ascended, nerd. Chad Slugcat says get ascended. Yes, Lizzie, indeed, the one with known connection issues. The one that is less stable than a Nintendo 64 Wavebird. Beans. I got cookie! Pay no attention to the crashing noises. I have cookie.
It's fine.
Oh, so, Ben, any point you want to plug jump leads, you can just type exclamation jump leads for the code. We got you! Get fucked, undersea monster! Nah! Get ascended, nerd! Oh yeah, the little guy's getting real cold. I severely regret losing our lantern. Things should get warmer as we get lower. But we'll need to try and find a place to nap. Oh, perfect. So Lizzie, thankfully nothing got set on fire. I think Fiona managed to find cookies in the discount bin, so I got cookies. Not as good as, you know, dark chocolate digestives. Oh god, yeah, Scotty, I hadn't even considered the cost.
Creators of the Steel Battalion controller, see
about,
what happens when your controller doesn't have an eject button.
So Shackle might have just won the internet. Lizzie was asking if you'd set fire to something. Shackle said, and I quote, the creators of Steel Battalion, see what happens when your controller doesn't have an eject button. That Steel Battalion controller's not looking so dumb now. That one at least had pedals. Jam, quite possibly. It's just taking a vessel to the literal most auspicious place in existence with less of a intuitive control scheme than a Roblox game. Like, sorry, jumping back in. Liz was saying, apparently the CNN thread in it is it's just one part of a series of extremely bad choices that were made for this project. I can believe that. Again, the arrogance of it all keeps striking me right in the goal. You know, learn the secret that sea captains have known for years, which is, sea be dangerous, yo. Get a graphic, no! Well, so one of the other things I heard, and I don't know how true this is, but even with the Cyclops depth upgrade, they are deeper than you can go in Subnautica. God. Does anyone else suddenly hear jazz? Okay, I couldn't tell if it was in-game or out-of-game. I was like, you know, if you smell toast when you're having a stroke, what happens when you hear jazz that nobody else does? Who wants to get ascended? That's a twofer. Twice the ascension, half the time. My name's Barry Scott. Get ascended with me. Oh, and Verdant Flow, Watto and welcome. Oh, yeah, no, and Shackle, that... yeah, they should have gone for the Razor controller. What are you going to do? Get ascended! Get the ascended hickety heck out of my way. Bang! And the scab's ascended. I'm Barry Scott. And today we're talking about Ascension. Oh, don't worry, cuties, you're fine. These little cuties are basically going to inherit the Earth after I'm done. Job's done. Time to work. Oh, you want to try and grab a Slugcat, do you? Let's see how that works out for you. Oh. He doesn't have a stone, though, does he? Might have one. No, he doesn't have anything to trade. Ooh. Get out of here. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Alright. Because here's the thing, like, Moon can't read that pearl anymore. There's no real point for... There's no real point for keeping it. I'm gonna work out when the ruddy hell we are. But yeah, this will help us from to avoid from freezing. Oh, but yeah, no, it's just I saw that post about Iron Lung and the spikes in sales of it. Like, whoa, that is. I mean, I'm very happy for them, but fuck. Streamers do hate streaming. Wait, you mean freezing? Okay. So I guess we're just heading straight the fuck down, right? Yeah, by the looks of things, that's the only way we can go. But we want to go... Yeah, back up and across from here. I thought I heard scissorbirds there. Aperture! Alright, hang on a second, friends. Sorry about that. Had to let Fiona back in. Oh man, who got pizza? Wait, did the Scissorbirds go and get pizza? Okay, so we want to head one more screen and then start heading down. Roger, roger. No, we don't have pizza money at the moment, friends. Get ascended, nerd! But what we've been doing is, to sate the pizza cravings, is just grabbing like a cheap frozen pizza and just doctoring the heck out of it. So, we've not been going hungry or pizzaless. Got stir fry tonight to look forward to. It's gonna be right good. No, Lance, we are the Omega Slugcat. We are the last word. Sorry. Gotta get a bit of freaking spider vengeance. Sorry, I don't need to do this. This is spite.
You have pizza money now.
Phil, listen, seriously, thank you for the $20 in bits, you fucking legend. You are already putting in so much. It's more a case of like, we're a long way away from getting that because the money needs to go to other stuff. It needs to go to the animals and paying rent and things like that. So we've got to be careful. That's like, when you know, like, we're absolutely not fishing, and that's going to be a thing that allows us to stay living. So that's far more important. You know, pizzas will come and go. Family is eternal. So many spiders. There's so many spiders and I don't like you. Yes, indeed. Pizzas will come and go, but Twitch.television will be forever. No, it won't. No, it's been really interesting talking to different people about, like, theories and Twitch strategies and stuff recently. Twitch have made a bunch of quick little changes recently. So one of them is, like, the categorization. You no longer just... Amos, dude, outside. There are no longer... Sorry. You no longer just label a stream as mature. You now have to list, like, whether there's, like, intoxication, copious swearing, etc. They also changed the rules on multi-streaming, which has been an interesting thing to break down. Oh, fuck sticks. I couldn't ascend him quick enough. Rated AO for anchovies only. Scotty Doggy, I did not see that. Right, E for eat this gosh dang pizza. Get that. That's what I need to do, friends. I need to get that Pagliacci sponsorship. That's what we need. Get ascended, nerd. No, the only pisser is I need to find that those scabs again to get us the hand warmer. Little Caesars, delicious, plentiful cardboard. Because I was like, we were driving past one the other day, and I was like, I've never had Little Caesars. Like, who eats this? And then Fiona told me, like, you can get fucking 2 gigantic pizzas for next to nothing. I was like, oh, people like us eat Little Caesars. That's affordable. And yes, Agonanarchy is the lime-flavoured Slugcat. Assuming a limited number of fuck-ups, we're slowly making our way towards the end of the Saints campaign. I remember they said, yeah, it used to be $5 for a large pepperoni, but they upped it. But like, $7.50 for a large pizza is still a lot of food. You could get with the root. Bemerson used to live across the road from a place that would do 2 large single-topping pizzas for $8. Fuck yes. Like, that's living. I can eat while ascended. In this house, we support the orcas. What? What do you mean the orcas have done nothing to help? They're the vanguard. They're the first strike unit. Yeah, it's the weird jazz. Sharks troopers. Look, I have never said we need to go into the seas and murder all sharks. I just go to very, very extreme lengths to make sure that wherever sharks are, I am not. And I think that's fine. You know, I don't go into their homes going knock, 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 knock. And I appreciate that sharks don't come into my home and go knock, 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 knock. And I think if the orcas are demonstrating anything, it's that, fuck off out to sea, you rich wankers. This is going to be a lot harder because I haven't seen any of the scabs. So I have to do this the old-fashioned way. Fuck is that noise? Oh yeah. Alright, we're back in the tunnels. Drop wigs aren't affected! Fuck! Alright, and we're also back into classic Rain World now. Fuck. Horse Ninja, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Well, actually, so one of the things that was discussed earlier was we're not entirely 100% sure why the orcas are attacking boats. Like, we have good theories, but there's actually quite a few reasons why they might. And one of those theories is that they're basically playing. Like, this is the latest orca craze. Because the pods do teach one another, like, you know, tricks, tips for habits and behaviors.
Classic Rain World, eh? So, hubris modes, smile.
Oh, I'd say me not paying attention and getting poor Slugcats murderated. The hubris comes later. Yeah, like planking, but at sea. So it's also quite possible that some of the Orca v Shark matches have either been, like, territorial or just the latest equivalent of the Ice Bucket Challenge. I mean, that could be it, Verdenflow. Like, if the Orcas are only snapping off rudders, like, that's the game, apparently, that would stop ships going out to sea. Like, maybe it is officially a great big sea monster o'clock. Oh, you're super dead. Kaijus are here, so it's time to have fear. So on and so forth. Look, I'm just going to say it now. If Orcas wrecking the day of millionaires became a sport, I would become such a sports fan. I would watch the absolute hot shit out of, like, competitive yacht smashing. Motsman! Trying to get this big weighty bastard out of the fucking pipes. Actually, probably quicker if we just bring it down with us. Freak out the local wildlife, but they'll be fine. Just increases the chances that we might see a scav to trade with. On it! Fighting up me fruit. And Sky, just wow and welcome. How are you doing, friend? Okay, Agonaniki, cocaine orcas are possible. The story that everyone has been claiming will be the next cocaine shark was an Australian cocaine smuggling vessel was capsized and sunk off the coast of Australia. And do you know what they have in Australia? Sharks. Oh, what have you been 3D printing? Also, anybody who's popped on in, if I haven't given you a proper hello, proper what ho and welcome, then hello friends, how are you doing? Sorry, Red Pearl. Actually, we'll keep this in hand and see if we can make it to the next shelter. Oh god. What the fuck happened over there? Very confused. Shit. They're confused. I'm now in trouble. Get lightninged! You bastards. Oh, man. There was definitely a bunch of scabs that got wiped out here. To my knowledge, the gooey ducks aren't anywhere near here, so... Okay. Yeah, Verdant Flow, that is one of the best things about Seattle. We don't have fuck-off spiders. And that is something that I am extremely grateful for. There's definitely occasional big spiders, no joke. Alright, so down, back, left. Let's see if we can survive this. But none of them are like danger zone. Alright, that's one down. That's two down, alright. I hear one more scurrying about, but I think it's far enough away that we can make it. God, it's so hard to see in here. There we go. Ascend with Gorb, Mother Hubbard. Just can't tell if I can still hear anyone moving about, you know. Ascend with Gorb! Gorb wishes they could ascend as hard as we can. Alright, so from here... God, this whole area is such a mess. Okay. Up and across, and slightly down. Yeah, you've all noticed the effects, right? It's that one just beneath us. That's where we need to be. Yeah, get ascended in the dark. Back of the net. My name's Barry Scott, and I've got the command over all aspects of reality. Barryality, we like to call it. Alright, friends, if I go quiet now, I am so sorry. It's very dark and it's very spoopy. And we need to somehow make it all through this nightmare down to the bottom left section-ish. This is not going to be easy. That was far too easy, and now I'm scared. Alright, fucking nap time. Barry Scott's Barryality! The fact that Barry Scott hasn't been in a Mortal Kombat game is a massive fucking oversight. Sorry, Ben was just mentioning that they were watching someone playing a clip of Fallout 3, loading a bunch of books into the rocket launcher and flinging them out on Kansas. The sniper in the town of minefields. God, I've had a real craving to go back to Fallout in some capacity, you know what I mean? Hi, I'm Barry Scott. I've killed once and I'll kill again. saw there was another gooey duck around this way. And I think some scavs. What's up, buddies? Yo. Scav friends, this area is fucking dangerous. Like, love to you all, but... Might as well bring a gooey duck with us. What's up, friends? But I need you to... Okay, you kids have to get out of the way. No, out of the... Scavs. What are they like, eh? Okay, so we're here. We need to go... Okay, we need to go up and left from here. Okay, we can do that. I think we can do that. It's very hard to tell here if we're getting ourselves into danger, you know what I mean? Because, well, the blind lizards do move around, so if I'm listening really carefully, I can kind of hear them. Yeah, see, like there. I can't... Whoa. Like, the ascension ability, it's got a wind up. So I can't just, like, pop somebody immediately. Oh. Iced Watto and welcome! Hello, hello! We did make it to the ocean. And now we're trying to make it to... I don't even know where. Okay, so yeah, we need to go bottom left from here. Sorry, how's it going with your good self? Today's been an odd day. Rainworld's been very, very good. And if things continue at this rate, we might be finishing up the Saint, which will probably be a fucking boatload of feels, because that's how Rainworld be. You have a lot of Rainworld events coming up. What do you tell? Because Iced, you were both part of the QA test for this, and was it yourself that was a speedrunner back in the day? Or, sorry, still is. I don't know if speedrunning is something you ever really stopped being.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Howdy.
Shit, that was a twofer. Dreamer, thank you for the full complement of 56 months. A howdy and a watto and welcome to you. So I was saying, so the Ice Drobles is running a speedrunning marathon this Friday, and you're running a different one next Friday. Way cool. Yeah, I don't think I've got the capacity or the ability to join in for that, but you know, that definitely sounds like something I'll be tuning in for. Oh, nice. Well, Iced, do not worry about reminding me about that one, because I will forget, and it is the kind of shite that I'd love to watch. God, we can't be far from... We can't be far from the deep below. It's getting very ascended. Be a little bit careful because I've been alright. I think, friends, I think this is it. I don't know what exists beneath here, but to my understanding, this is the point of no return. So, Iced, please do remind me of that ahead of time. And super congratulations. We will be cheering you on. Now... Tay is asking if anyone sees the Among Us guy in here. I hate all the how to make good art using the Among Us tutorials online and how genuinely effective they are. That's not a story. Oh no, I'm in gym! Oh no, I'm in lunch! I'm not going to ascend on an empty stomach, I tell you that. Oh wow. We just like we've just full on ascended. I guess we're going down here? Like yeah, I guess we're just above the abyssal sea here. Sure is a lot of falling we're doing. Fucking wee! Yo. Rubicon. If your mind also started playing the X-Men theme there, don't worry, mine did too. Motherfucker stole my deaths. Explore. Oh God! I thought the glowing was good. Yeah, ambrosia that ain't. But we're immediately gifted like maximum. Yeah, it is a very good job we can fly. I still had a gem, I should have swallowed it. What the fuck is that? That's locked. I think we have to ascend them? Is that what you would like? Nope, they cannot be ascended. I think I made it a little mad by trying. Hey, I'm sorry! I don't know what I was doing! Am I even supposed to eat here? We're buddies. We're friends. See? You're my friend, pal. You're my buddy friend. I'm sorry. Rest in pepperoni. Yeah, I got melted. Okay, so there is a cycle down here. Wheeler Dealer, I am on Blue Sky. Sorry, I should start adding that to my my social profiles. Ooh, magical superfruit. Yim, 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 yim. Superfruit of the void. Now, can we pass under this? Can. Probably should have. Probably should have checked that one slightly better before I threw myself into the great beyond. I think I had to. I think I had to use a dot for Blue Sky. I'm just fascinated by this because it's like when we went through here prior, those architects of sorts were just kind of there, or the caretakers or whatever they're called. Actually, I don't think they're called caretakers. I just don't know what else to call them. Like, do they want ascension? Am I? Because I'm locked in here until I do anything. So Wheeler Dealer, my Blue Sky is my pinned Twitter name. So you should be able to find me faster than I'll be able to get it to you. But yeah, I'm definitely over there as well. I'm just sorry. You joined in just as we got into a brand new area. We've passed the point of no return. Honestly, I don't see anything else that we can do. I mean, we are the Slugcat. We are the new god. But yeah, it feels like the debts are wrong. Huh. I guess Archivist, I guess I've just been lucky every time I've been down here that I haven't encountered them. So I guess, like, when you try and ascend as the hunter, you have to avoid them or fight your way through, right? So Shackle, we are now in the Rubicon. We've encountered the Guardians. And what's interesting is the Guardians will block the way and stop us from moving until we ascend them. So I don't know what this world is about. What the fuck is that? Friend or foe? Friend or foe, buddy? Oh no, I think I flipped it over. I feel a bit bad now. Don't worry, mate. You'll be fine. No, it's just misunderstood. Legend, you saw it. Just wanted a hug. Okay, should I ascend it? Or you all just want to abuse my powers of ascension? Because, you know, I am not your dancing god monkey. No, I absolutely am, and I completely understand that. When in doubt, I guess ascend and bounce. Alright, well, we'll do some ascending. What the fuck?! What just happened?! So, the little cutie patootie doesn't hurt you, but by throwing one of its legs, we summoned a gigantic fucking super centipede in whatever this yellow, like, super god armor is. Alright. Alright. Okay, so this thing pops, and it's not only delicious, but it also seems to spawn. Oh, there that thing is. So it was there. Oh, it's the one kind of spear that we can use. Anyway, get fucked, mate. I wonder why it is we can use this spear now. I guess seeing as we are like an ascending god, I guess there's got to be something to threaten us, right? Okay, there's a purple one. Don't need to hurt it. We'll go for a snooze. This is a good place to snooze, I think. I think I've decided what my next Rain World tattoo is going to be. I'm finally breaking the seal on getting some hand tats. I'm going to get the Ascension order, at least the first 5, so that whenever we're doing future runs of Rain World, I can fucking remember the order. Eventually, I'm going to do, as I did with the first run, get together a bunch of the new Slugcats. Where they're going to go, I don't know. But we'll work it out. I mean, the irony being, the reason behind the first Slugcat tat was, you know, you'll know the OG endings of Rain World. They're not bad, but you couldn't call them happy endings, right? Okay. Don't worry, buddy. We're okay. Extremely gross spiritual dinner is served. Alright, let's go handle the lizard before we handle the guardian. think I got them. They're still maybe twitching. But yeah, the Guardians don't seem distressed by what we're doing. And Archivist, in this regard, I kind of disagree. Because, like, Pebs wanted to ascend to break the cycle. And we were sent here to do this. You know, the other Slugcats... The other Slugcats had very specific reasons for doing what they did, right? And I don't think we're any different in that regard. Oh, I'm not fucking around. Sorry, friends. Like, that thing looks like what if you took a feckin' red lizard and gave it fucking godhood. Like, no offense. Now, is that an Invisilizard, or is that just something that looks like an Invisilizard? Only one way to find out. It is not an Invisilizard. Well, and Archivist, this is one of the reasons why I love this game and games like it, is that the discussion about is this good or not, is this happy or not, I think is valid. You know? Pebs pushed themselves to the absolute zenith to try and achieve something that they were ultimately denied until we came along. You know, we're the reason that Pebs got to achieve their wish. They got out. You know, without us, Pebs was essentially doomed, you know. Damn, this thing's hard to aim. Takes a good while to recharge as well. These Invisilizards are way more fast than our usual. Oh, that was bad. Get it. Maybe we got it? I cannot tell, friends. Oh, fuck me running. I think I just stopped breathing for a few seconds there. Few indeed, friends. Few indeed. Alright, so whatever this top right exit is, that's where we need to be. Oh, there isn't one. Go enjoy the void fluid, friend. I do think they should kind of dissolve in a satisfying way when you get them like that. But that's just me. Big money! Big prizes! Oh, I love it! Alright. So we're going to head back to the... Oh, really? I thought we ascended you. And your breakfast, so you're coming with us. Sorry, buddy! Yeah, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Oh crap, I just realised. If I send them, they explode. I have just taken a nap with a bomb. Jam, how do you forget you have a bottle of iron brew in your pocket? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just happened to notice this entire Chateau de Red that was sitting inside my coat pocket. Chateau de Glasgow, I guess. Oh, sorry. Nick, go get some sleep. Take it easy. Lovely chat with yous. I hope you're doing well, friend. Got some fucking Jaffa cakes in my pocket. No, you can't borrow a tea bag, Brian. You can have a tea bag. Hey, Kailu, have a lovely rest of your evening. Lurks have been sincerely appreciated. Because, despite what he says, Mr. Twitch doesn't actually care about anything except for number of viewer go up. So when you do that, that makes it seem like I'm way cooler than I really am. Can I borrow a cup of sugar, please? Oh, cool! There's fucking spiders in... Yeah, get fucked, mate. There's spiders in here. Great. Brilliant. I mean, I don't want to call them god spiders. Everything in this area seems to have been affected by... this whole area, but I don't know what it means. But what does it mean? I don't really know what it wants of us. Sorry, I know I'm not being my usual incredibly It's so witty, it's incredible that such a person could be so funny self. But this is very strange. Oh! There's like little blips of strangeness going on. Do not adjust your television sets. It's probably the hell spiders. Alright, so we know where the other direction takes us. Sorry, friends, again, I apologise for not being my usual conversational self. I'm simultaneously in awe and fucking afraid. Really? This is bad. Lance says, hell spiders sound like a great reason to adjust my TV set. Oh yeah, and yeah, I've been looking at, was it Dave and the Diver? It looks like such a good game. And it's been getting great responses. Alright, they can't catch me anyway. Why waste my godhood on them, right? That was a Thor. Hang on, let's try something. Hiss. Nah. Because, yeah, this wee statue's got the same kind of, I don't know, aesthetic to it. I mean, are we supposed to be ascending this ascension? Yeah. No effect on the little towers there, Scotty, but that was a good shout. My brain just keeps singing. We are the Slugcats who don't do anything. Just sit around and work. Oh, you can fuck right off. Get right in that big old ascendy bin. Looking at out here. Like, this is truly the ruins of whatever came before. Supposed to go up there. Okay. Angel Kalina, thank you for checking in. I'm doing much, much better. Talking about it with everybody earlier, but it was basically just super duper whooper burnout yesterday. So this week we're mixing things up. I'm going to be taking it a little bit easier. I mean, we're still playing Rainwell today, and we're still going to be doing Sea of Thieves on Friday. I'm not going. That got fucking spicy fast. You know what? You two can just duke it out. But yeah, so Angel Kalina, we are getting into some really intense parts of Rainworld now. Oh my god, I recognise this! Hang on. I recognise this. This is like a Do you mind? I was about to have a nap. This is Sky Islands. Skylands. So the Rubicon's not just the void, it's... I was going to see what happens when the timer runs out in the Rubicon. I'll do that on the next cycle. But we got so far, I didn't want to lose all of this, you know. God, this is fascinating. Okay, Ben, have a lovely rest of your evening. It was wonderful hanging out with you. And nonsense will occur. Guaranteed. Plus the idea that you might be at PAX this year is like... Get-ific. I'm a Slugcat, get-ific. Now, in previous parts of Rainworld, the way that we're going is usually the highest, well, one of the highest points on the map. So, I don't know what this will mean in the Rubicon. Like, the world's all strange and jangly. But I do know it wants us to help these poor things ascend. Oh, fuck. But yeah, that is a gigantic armored millipede that is probably looking to just fucking kill me. Oh, I got him. Everything happens so much. Now we have enough to sleep here, but should we? You know what? I'm taking another nap. Fencer, I didn't get a chance to watch the Nintendo Direct this morning, but I have been getting all the goss. And, yeah, it is none too feckin' shabby. It's a good day to be a Nintendo fan. Just a nice calm game of Rain World on a Wednesday. Yes, I saw that. And Fencer, we were actually chatting about legal experiences on mushrooms earlier. Completely because of the Mario topic, and not for any other reason. But yeah, so basically we just went from the highest point in Sky Island, and now we're kind of coming up through, I don't know, drainage? Now, does anyone... Alright, so I think we need to go up from here, but... Oh no, that does not fit at all. Yeah, this is the memory crypts. Kind of wish I hadn't exploded my dinner all across the map now. And this is... the fucking Citadel? But it's upside down? I won't lie, friends, I'm very confused right now. Yo! Deus, we saw that earlier on today, and we did discuss it just a little bit, but yeah. For all, David Zemansky's Iron Lung has seen a massive surge in popularity. Like, the sales have been spiking, like, off the charts. Wait, are we heading towards Pebs? No. No. Are we? Sure as shit feels like it right now. Oh, I'm not entirely sure where we should be going. Down, maybe? Past the things that would eat us. Time to get down here. We're in a bad way here, friends. There's one of the last French fries coming up from beneath. Yeah, this is the fucking wall. Just super backtracking, or yeah, this is the way to Pebs. Oh, damn it! That's my breakfast. Breakfast coming back. Got a bloody long cycle though. That means in theory there's a shelter down here. Yes. Hang on, have I eaten enough? No, fuck. My fucking dinner got away. Can you believe, as an ascended being, I still have to get my snacky snacks in? Squirtage? I believe so. I believe so. No, fuck that noise. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I should be able to exist on, you know, the pure awesomeness of my saintly self. Alright, well, if this is anything like... Because I know this area fucking back to front. If this is anything like the regular area, well, there would have been food up here. Ah, also, sitting in front of those helps us recover our godhood faster. Or be able to create food. I should be able to do that. Much easier when you can levitate. I should also say to those who've only just found our little corner of the internet, I have played through everything up until this point, but what I am going to be doing, not today, but once we've cleared the Saint, I'm going to be going through some of... What is that? I'm going to be going through some of the other campaigns and getting some of the happier endings. Is that the Void Worm? Fucking is. So we've still got the outlying endings of the Survivor, the Monk, and the Ascension ending for the Hunter. Yay! Moon says, "Do you feel it, old friend?" Pebble says, "The sensation of time folding in on itself, the spiraling offshoot of another reality wrapping around your own." Moon says, "None of this is real, is it? Every repeating cycle in our existence, unwound and laid bare. A cycle pulled into a tangent within itself is what we're looking for? Have we broken free from it, or is this a bad dream?" To which Peb says, was the answer always right here? Does the question even mean anything to us now that we're here? Perhaps resolution was never possible from our original stance. And Moon adds, the question wasn't well defined. If we had stumbled upon the correct solution among our many permutations, we wouldn't have had any hope to distinguish it from the faulty ones, nor did we have the methodology to reliably test it. So Peb says that we're trying to understand what lies beyond a point of no return, while having yet passed it. Moon adds, only those who could have seen the other side could know the answer, but by definition they can never venture back to deliver the knowledge they have gained. And perhaps that's why you need to wake up, little visitor. Did I help? Did I do good? No, it feels like both Moon and Pebs got to ascend. Like, they're now past the point and able to understand. I think we did it. Sup, big void worm? Oh, you are not going to believe the day I have had. I met new friends, and I helped out a whole bunch, and there were these birds, and then I learned how to fly, and I popped a Leviathan with my brain. There's something very poetic about how we're ascending, not descending. We're not heading into the depths of the void. We're supposed to be here. But Pebs and Moon were hanging out, and they were doing real good. Sup, buddy? God, we haven't been down here in a while. Last time we were in the Void Sea was for Chorby's running at the Slugcats. Strong opinions! Yeah, well, and Othnelia, the thing we saw with the Spearmaster was that Pebs was the only one to get the triple confirmation. But he could never replicate it. Because, yeah, it involved going beyond a point of no return. So it was the Void Worm that sent us on this little journey. I wonder why. Because I swore I recognised the face at the beginning. Whee! I'm doing little spins. Squirtage, I actually didn't know that. if someone had told me, I apologise that it dropped out of my mind. Stop, big worm!
Everyone else, we're ascending. The saint, no, swim up, you fools.
Stop, big friend! I did the thing! Love me, love me, love me! Love me. You sent me on this mission! Love me! Love me! Cuddles! 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 What? I didn't do that! That wasn't me! Did I just kill God? How do I ascend a creature of the void? Did I just get voidio? I have no karma. I knew this game. Make me feel things. Are we the new void worm? Yeah. Are we a baby void worm? I did spend a lot of today yelling, "Behold your new god." I don't know which way I should be swimming. Are we a baby echo? Yeah, the tendrils. just laughing at peeps I did see. And it's lovely to know that the music got used, because the music of Rain 1 is absolutely beautiful. Oh my word. Full cycle. So that's the Saint. A tiny little echo. Squirtage, I think that this is the best ending we could have hoped for. I think getting to see both Pebs and Moon reunited, even if out of space and time, is something truly special. There's Iced and Enderzilla, we know those people. This wasn't, I don't know if you could call this a happy ending, but it was definitely a beautiful one. The thing that Pebs worked so hard to achieve. Yeah, I mean, Angel clearly put it right. I'm going to be digesting this for a while. Because it's the end of this era, it's the end of this, for as the cycles have to, oh fucking hell, like for all intents and purposes the Saint is an echo projected back in, heading through this land. Fate says no. Now we wait for Rain World 2, the re-raining, releasing 2077. Yeah, I think that's where it comes from, Air Dragon. Like, the Saints' cycle is to help everyone else.
The Saints tie keeping them to this world. There are others still trapped. Gotta save them all.
Yeah. Wow. Just fucking wow. I mean, even if we just take this whole thing on surface level, the fact that we got to, like, close out with Moon and Pebs together and they're both okay, and speaking very quickly and energetically, I might add. But, like, is that not the thing that we've hoped for this whole time? You know? Pebs never meant to destroy Moon. it was his obsession that caused all the damage. And his last really, truly free act was to bring Moon back online properly. And here we are. Squirtage, I absolutely agree. Playing through the Rivulet and the Spearmaster before the same. Like, I'm so glad the pacing of it all. The hard thing now is when people are playing as just the survivor for the first time, is not telling them everything that's going to happen. Because the irony being is that when you first start playing Rainworld, it's a challenging but frustrating ecology sim about survival, right? And by the time you end this, it's a beautiful story of beings trapped on a wheel, the different approaches that people take, and how ultimately it's about, I don't know, empathy and letting go. I take it that if you go through the Rubicon without ascending Moon and Pebs, they're just not there, right? You just go through it. God, I'm now curious as if there are any other endings with the Saint, but I'm still digesting this one. Squirtage says you can get different dialogue if you only ascend. Okay. And if you don't ascend either of them, yeah, it all continues anew. Oh my word. And yeah, as people were saying in chat, like it's not about you breaking the cycle, it's about making sure everybody else gets out. Everybody else can achieve ascension, happiness. Well, not... You know what I mean? Peace. There's so much of Rainworld that you have to kind of disengage your preconceived notions of things. Sorry, you all know this. If you're here and you've already seen this, you know as much as I do. Yeah. And Squirtage, very much so. This is something you do have to experience for yourself. Like, I'm glad to everybody that's been here through this journey. I hope at some point, if you haven't, you'll try playing through it. But if you don't, I completely understand. The Saint is such a wonderful culmination of all the other campaigns. You're simultaneously weak and scared, and then suddenly a fucking god. You know, it has all the beats and rhythms of so many other parts of this game, all beautifully folded into itself, with the most poignant of endings, with incredible meaning. So good. Unlike the Spearmaster, I'm not too fussed about our score, you know. The Spearmaster is a bloodthirsty murderer. Although I did realise that, at least according to the game, if a creature takes damage... If a creature takes damage... Oh shit, so this one's about doing it as quickly as possible. Okay. And then you ascend them.
No.
That counts towards a murder. So you could have him as the most powerful backup. Well, I don't know when, but I will start reaching out to Video Cult to see who'd be interested in coming on and talking about, you know, the process of bringing together Downpour. Because I definitely need to talk about it. Oh, Jam, playing through this together on the same couch is a lot of fun. It's really good. Though, be warned, friendly fire plus the gourmand is a recipe for hilarity. We can't understand if I'm in arena mode. My love, if there isn't pee in the house, then he did pee outside.
Okay.
That's why he's probably all like, oh, yeah, I did good. Oh, yeah, no, legend. In couch co-op, nothing wrecks face like the gourmand's ass. Or gourmand's ass, I should say. See? You're right! Oh, fuck, that's cool. Fuck, that's cool. Okay, this was absolutely beautiful. So I did want to say to like Squirtage and people like, this isn't the last one we're doing of Rain World. The things that I need to do for my own happiness is we'll probably do the Survivor and then the Monk, but get them to the Outlands exit. You know, the oh god, Scotty, if I get the money, my Slugcat tattoos are going to be jumping. But yeah, both the Survivor and the Monk need to get to the Outlands Slugcat colony. Sorry, my words are failing me. I'm feeling a lot of emotions right now. The Hunter needs to get ascended, because by my understanding, those are the only two endings for the Hunter are like Ascension and just you didn't make it, little buddy. Right? Again, correct me if I'm wrong here, because the Hunter is before the Gourmand. Oh yeah, no, sorry. So Squidge, yeah, we did do the Gourmand's food quest, but because I got an early copy, I accidentally had slug pups for the Gourmand. So for that whole thing, I was trying to keep Lance alive, which is what we named our slug pup. So yeah, there they are, being all happy. The other one we need to do is the good ending for the Artificer, but I think that's going to be the cap on our like arc of Slugcattery. Well, Squirtage, again, good is relative. Like, we fully embraced vengeance, turned our back on the cycle, and just became the ultimate murder scav. We killed so hard, we rule them now. I think the Artificer deserves peace. Oh no, murder is super fun though, not even joking. And the double jump is still the best. Now, to my knowledge, the Rivulet and the Spearmaster don't have other endings, right? Because like the Rivulet just ends up like living with Moon for the rest of their natural life and having the best time, and our Spearmaster goes back to Seven Red Suns. So like, do those two have any additional endings? I mean, at this point, I don't want to be done, you know. I think it says Rivulet has post-game dialogue with Moon and Pebs. Ah, yes, that one we did. Ice says if you go to Moon first, you get to hear what Pebbles says for the Spearmaster. Okay. But they don't have any alternative endings. Alright. Did really enjoy them. And we'll probably end up doing another running of the Slugcats. Legend. Yeah, maybe that'll be after the Artificer. We'll just finally install the Slugcat with an AK mod. And just go to town. No, being able to combine the Saint with Godhood and, like, the Spearmaster would be the most unstoppable pair of, like, killing machines. Because the Spearmaster just needs to hit them once, a little bit of damage, and then done. And the arena challenges as well. We're not gonna be done with Rain Worldery for a while. Rain Worldery for a while, but I know for us as a group, the carrying element has been the story. Because I'm not good. I've watched a bunch of you here play Rain World on stream, and you're really good at this game. Over here, like, my skill is a combination of, like, perseverance and bloody-mindedness. You know, even though... So, okay, just to recap. I don't remember how long the Monk and Survivors were, because we did those on Ket's computer, which is why we didn't have to save. So the Gourmand took us 25 hours, and that's because I didn't realise about the food quest. I didn't plan my movements, so we had to do a lot of backtracking, but we did it. The Artificer was 16 hours, mainly because once we got to the area past Pebs, I just kind of went loopy bananas murder spree. Rivulet took us 8 because bouncy good times. But out of all of them, the Spearmaster took us 32 hours because I fucking killed everything. Like, I killed more scabs in that campaign than in any other. And I refused to quit. I refused to restart and go, alright, no, we'll do another campaign where the scabs are our friend. No, the scabs know what they did. I made them pay for it. And then, yeah, the Saint was a little bit longer in 9 hours. But again, just for kind of like the backtrackery. Like... Sorry, I forget where I was going. My point. Anyway, it's just... To those of you that have found our little corner, you know, while this week is a mess... Yeah, well, Squirtage, I spent a lot of time back in the day... Sorry, Squirtage was asking only 9 hours with the Saint. So back in the day, my very first playthrough, I ate one of Moon's jellies before I knew what I was doing, right? And once I realised what I had done, I was, like, emotionally mortified. So we used to do runs up and down a Pebs and back to get Moon multiple jellies. But, of course, after a while, you run out of passages. So, we ended up having to run them up and down 2 at a time. So, grapple slug in one hand, jelly in one, and a jelly in the stomach. And we were just running them up and down from the wall. Sorry, the leg. It was a lot, and I don't recommend it. But I got really good with the grapple slug, let me tell you. I want to murder so many of the rot brain slugs as well, the tentacle monsters. What a great game. The Saint makes so much sense now. You know, the reason that they have the reason that they speak language is because the cycle, they've always had that. Oh, so also, I like the movement of the grapple slug. Grapple slugs have betrayed me and gotten me killed so many times. Took great joy in eating one as the gourmand, you know what I mean? But yeah, one of the things for me about this is the story, the world. It's so wonderfully and artfully told. And I think it's important to remember how well it unfurled, especially in the Survivor campaign. What a wonderful game. But yeah, I guess the reason I'm talking about this is because I love talking about this. And numbers, I'm doing much better today. Yesterday was Bad Times Bears, but I'm doing much better. It's going to be a different week this week. Well, okay, so leading on to what I was saying, I love finding titles like this. You know, the Longship is kind of built on, I know Hollow Knight's an obvious one, but also titles like the Blackout Club and One Shot and stuff like that. Like, finding these beautiful and incredible games is something that I really do strive for. So, to those of you that found us from this ending, I do hope you'll come and hang out, because we'll be keeping going with this. We'll be doing some of the different endings, and more importantly, like, trying to find these experiences again. You know? In a world of bland AAA, you know, games of service, fucking season pass bollocks, finding something truly special, like one of the truly great games, it's a search. But when you come across it, God, is it so wonderful. Yeah, numbers. No Final Fantasy 16 this weekend. Yes, I will not be acquiring a PS5. They actually have one down at Freddy's. You know, just for a casual $600. Look, I had my boys on a road trip. I'm fine with that. I don't need edgier fantasy. I need sillier fantasy, alright? Yeah, Angel Cleaner, I can only assume it's because everyone's broke now. That's why you can find PS5s on shelves. Because no one can afford to pick them up. Yeah. But no, like... Savannah Beast, I think we should. But the last time I tried to sit down and share it with people, like, I was in a bad headspace and I wasn't ready for something that real. Weirdly, One Shot's much more daunting when you know what's going to happen. Same with Lisa the Painful and stuff like that. But we've not done a playthrough as the Longship, so despite it being something very iconically us, it's been nice going back to Hollow Knight. And honestly, what I'm thinking about with Hollow Knight is just disabling the crowd control and just continuing. Because I get the feeling people had a lot of fun with the early crowd control and now just kind of like, eh. I think the Colosseum was the big showpiece of that, you know? But then again, people might want to ruin the feckin' White Palace and Final Radiance, so who knows? Who knows? But it's not going to be happening this week. So yeah, I'm going to be rolling credits in just a second, friends. But thank you for coming with me on this one. Because, like, friends, I need a big old glass of wine and to not for a little bit after that. That was something genuinely special. I will be digesting that for a good long time, but it's beautiful. You know? The Saint gives everybody the best closure that they could ask for in Rainworld. For those of you who haven't seen it, like, so after we finished the original 3 campaigns, I was so like that somebody drew all 3 of the OG Slugcat in a cuddle pile because we never got that happiness. So Legend, quite possibly. We're not set up here to kind of have guests for stream, but I'm going to be thinking about it. Oh, yeah, caffeine. Yeah, you're right. I should just got a big screen. Yeah. So there's what we called the canonical ending of Rainworld, where all the Slugcats get together in a cuddle pile and they live the best. Oh no, and jumping back, Legend, it's a good idea. I want to do it for myhouse.wad. I want to find somebody who doesn't know it, and I'm going to get them to play through it. So, yeah. Hang on, let me put on some smooth jams whilst we're bringing this to a close. Oh. Should go for this one because it's got the rain in it. Oh, iced! It's incredible. I would say get a playthrough of it before anybody tells you anything about it. But yeah, no, Squirtage, Downpour is a phenomenal addition. I entirely agree. And the continuation of the story is handled so well. Like, and you don't even know, taking an external team, be it a mod team or whoever, and getting them to create new content and folding that into the experience is incredibly difficult. Like, Downpour's brilliance cannot be underplayed. Not just from a creative's point, but also from like a technical and biz dev standpoint. Like, it absolutely pushes what Rainworld can do brilliantly. And I'm in awe of it. I really am. So yeah. I need to digest this first before I start like blepping at the devs and seeing like who wants to come on and chat about it. If possible, I'll try and get them for a Wednesday. So if you're not on the Discord, keep an eye on that. I promise it will be announced well in advance. All right. Plus, the last time the team was on, they did in fact confirm that Moon's thick. We got that. Like, we got that confirmed. Oh no, legend. The pleasure is mine. Like, have a lovely rest of your evening and thank you. And yeah, so I think that is a good thought to leave it on. I know I said this earlier, but it's incredible that I get to share these experiences with all of you lot. Like, it's the fucking best. Now I tell you all, I love this job. I really fucking love doing this for a living. I really do. So, for all that you have done to keep this whole operation afloat, like, be it everything from lurking to blowing the doors off with bits and whatnot, seriously, thank you. Okay. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people very specifically, because without everybody, I wouldn't have been able to share this with you. Oh, Squirtage, I mean, it's lovely to meet you, especially on this most auspicious of endings. But no, for those who don't know, like, we are primarily supported by this whole operation, so whatever you throw in just keeps us alive and keeps this going. To that end, I would like to thank Ehrman, Shackle Draconis, Fearless Sun, J-Post, Wolfcrad, Vanderbeast, Jamami, Bacon Avenger, Handled by Orion, and Stepagen. Like, again, bits and donations are literally the best thing for keeping us going, so thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine, but we did also see Lizzie T. Powell. I think we saw Moose, but I can't remember. I think it was almost all subs. Sorry, so Captain Stephanie Barnes, Martin, Naru Hoodie, The Dreamer was all Long Sprees, and Port Center, Ben was gifted by a rogue agent. So yeah. But no, seriously, all of you, thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm kind of just sitting here all slack-jawed. I don't know what to say after that. I need to sit and digest this stuff. Okay, so I got 3 choices for you as to where we can go after this. Because we will go right into somebody. Oh yeah, and I mean, Squirtage, like, I didn't fully understand Rainworld until like weeks after we finished playing through all 3 of the OG campaigns, you know? God, especially the moment when you realise what the Hunter's deal is for realsies, that just broke me for like a day. And I guess this is why I'm sorry. I hope you forgive me for like plugging my own show so much. But like, you know, Iced and all of you lot, it's always feckin' great to hang out. Like, and we're gonna be doing more Rainworld. I wanna keep hanging out with everybody. I'm a big dork like that. Alright? So, I can offer you 3 different places to go hang out after this one. So, one is a model builder par extraordinaire. The other is a friendo who I believe is playing the Forest 2 to test out their new CPU, their new PSU setups. Seems running quite well. And the other is an individual who has just started on Final Fantasy 16. So those are the choices I offer you: Final Fantasy 16, the Forest, or art. What speaks to you, dear friends? This is how I democratize raiding. Feck it. We'll pop on over to Sage Bell. Why not? Yeah, Scotty, go get some sleep, friend. I've been on 4 a.m. bedtime for a few weeks now, and it is not good. Yeah, I'm gonna pass you all over to Sage Bell. They're currently testing out their kit, and I know a lot of you have a grand command of PC hardware, so hopefully be able to help them out some. It looks like they're playing the Forest, but I can't tell. It's definitely a craft and survive. Yeah, friends, I'm going to get a beverage and just kind of process the game that we just went through, because holy heck. What a fucking... Oh, wonderful time. Okay. Love to you all. Have an excellent rest of your evening. Yeah, it is unlikely that you will see me tomorrow, but you'll definitely see me on Friday for a spot at the Sea of Thieves. It's a new adventure, and we've got John from Rare joining us, so it's going to be bloody good. But yeah, I'm just absolutely stunned. Have a great night, friends. I will see you when I see you, and just